I forgot to hit the button again. For fuck's sake. Alright, yeah. Sorry to the YouTube VOD watchers. We've actually been live for about 40 minutes. I forgot to hit the button again. You didn't really miss much, though. The only thing I did was... Well, I forgot to remove these. But the only thing I did was adjust some Gleba blades a bit, move this to be closer to these. Just basically rearranged all this. It's really the main thing. But yeah, I forgot to press the damn button. You're not on trash, are you? Where the fuck are your chests? You are. I thought the whole point was... Yeah, I want to get rid of that. So it stops generating an absolute shitload of bot traffic. I mean, I guess stuff could still spoil in here. I don't know. This really should pull out of there, shouldn't it? Ugh, fuck's sake. Like, this shouldn't pull out of there, because stuff can still spoil in there. And that. Alright, that should be way less bot traffic now. I was using like 1,000 bots or something ridiculous. Should be way less now once it settles down. Hey, Blackmind. Yeah, most of what it's moving right now are seeds and shit to the soil, but that's just because the eggs are there. Once that dies down, it'll be better. Yeah, it's still filling all this in. But I don't need that constant anymore, do I? That was back when we couldn't just put the value here. Yeah, that was from last year's circuitry. Before they added the ability to output a constant on a decider. Let's simplify that slightly. There's probably a few other places I could do that. Not muted? No, I'm here. Alright. Let's bite the bullet. Here we go. Let's finish this yellow blade. New yeller. I don't need that, do I? Yeah, I don't need that. Okay, so we are keeping this pattern. What we're going to try to do is we're going to try to take everything here and make it in a fucking column. And I have no idea how long this is going to take. So I think I can get down to 1 E on each side. I'm down with making it wider too. And potentially putting stuff on the side if I need to. But we will see. You need to be near the LDS. You're getting belted. You guys, I would like to DI. Thanks, Duck. What am I testing? I'm trying to refactor my yellow blade to be more tileable. To be like horizontally tileable like this. Ideally with shared beacons. On the sides. Make it one tall, thin thing the way I have, the way the purple is one tall, thin thing. I'll make it taller than that. We need LDS, plastic. And this thing. Batteries. GC, copper wire. U and U. We've done some testing on quality science. I'm familiar with the people who have done quality site megabases. They seem to be not worth it right now. But it's a much longer conversation. Alright, so this needs to be steel and GC. Batteries and electric engines. Hopefully that'll still be good enough. You kind of need to be up at the top somewhere. Shrinking you is going to be a bit tricky. I wonder if I can get away with a few less beacons on the BC. It's 60 on the dot? Okay, well that should barely be enough then. Well, we can get it higher with more LDS prod too, though. Swapping out the prod modules. Alright, so the outer is the LDS and blue chips. The inner is one of you. Can I right click that? Hello? Oh, there's so many fucking ingredients, man. The GC needs to run through. Think you need 4? I'm not sure I do. Well, that's what I'm trying to test right now, though. Just to see if that's enough. That's why I'm just trying to get it fed. But it's like, God, like the number of other fucking connections I need to do. So much effort for just a test. Okay. Alright, I'll clean this up later, but for now, let me just do it like this. Thanks, Mike. He even wrote Reddit. To rotted his brain is. Oh, you're not getting LDS. Oh. No, we can get away with 2. Yeah, we can definitely get away with 2. That's enough. It is indeed enough. Yeah, so something like that. And yeah, or tell us, I know like you, Andy, and what's his face? I'm fucking blanking on his name and he's gonna hate me. S something. I'm having a brain fart here. And I know 3 of you created versions of this on Discord. I saw it. We'll look at them in a bit. I want to kind of try to get... I had a pretty concrete idea of how I wanted this set up before I ended the last stream, so I just want to play with it. But yeah, we'll take a look at those and incorporate the best ideas for sure. I'm not going to completely ignore them. But I had a pretty good idea of how I wanted to set it up, so I just kind of want to do my own thing first. And then if we get stuck or want to see if there's a better way to do something, we will take a look. Alright, so that's the only ratio I was worried about adjusting. Was that one. I'll worry about the pipes later. They might get a little tight. Silvertech, yeah, Silvertech. Fuck. Yeah. Just was having a brain fart. Couldn't remember his name. All 3 of you have been doing a lot of work. With blueprint design, it has not gone unnoticed. You guys have been hard at work. You just modified Andy's a bit, yeah. Yeah, Andy's had the direct insert plastic. I remember I mean I can glance at him briefly here. I have Discord right here. Yeah. So Silver put the LDS down here. I wanted to DI the plastic. Yeah, he didn't put the plastic in his blade. But the things that I wanted to do were to DI the plastic. And also I maybe try to share at least the iron from here with the battery maker. So it's like, yeah, I mean, all your guys' designs are pretty solid. I think Andy's was much closer to what I had in mind, yeah. Something like this. Oh, yeah, with the DI'd plastic. And this up here. But he got rid of the DI on the RoboFrames, though. That surprised me. It's like, you both of, well, it's weird to say both of you guys when I don't think either of them are immediately present at this very moment. But yeah, Silvertech kept the DI'd RoboFrames, which I wanted to keep. But he actually didn't incorporate plastic into the blade at all. He's just belting it in. And I've kind of decided I am going to be moving towards integrating oil, or at least plastic, into my blades. Because belting coal and petroleum is just way less. Like, basically, one belt of coal turns into, like, 8 belts of plastic. Once you're running through all the prod. So, it's better to just belt one belt of coal to 8 blades rather than, like, you know, 8 belts of plastic. But yeah, Andy nailed the plastic direct insert on the LDS that I wanted. But then he reverted the fucking... He used the older design down here. So yeah, you both had good elements, or they both had good elements, but... As I said, I have a very clear idea of how I wanted this to go. Just need to figure out how to piece it all together. Oh, someone asked me about that a bit ago, didn't they? Yeah, St. Pierre. Have I seen the new Q2 Aquilo blade? What, Clux's? Did Clux do one or something? And his fucking name is, like, I don't even know. These are just to find out here. He did do one. No, I hadn't seen it yet. Just dropped, apparently. So he's doing Q2. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be... I don't know. I was kind of thinking of trying to shoot for Q5 on Cryo, but... I'm not sure if we can. I don't know what to pair with space science, then. What science pairs with space science if I can't do Cryo? On, If I can't do Cryo in Legendary. And he's using cars. Not for disposal, but yeah, he's using cars for sorting. And the car is right there. Yeah, I can see it. I don't think a Q2 blade is that hard to design, though. I was going to do silo sorting on mine. Like that was my plan, was just to silo sort for a Q2 blade. Yeah, we can definitely look at that once we get to a kilo. Clux doesn't make content very often. I mean, I guess I'm not one to talk, because it's been like a year since I put out... Well, not a year. A while since I put out a proper video. Yeah, like once every couple months. The biggest saves are heat pipe out. Yeah, one of the big optimizations that I want to do is you want to have all your heat pipes to be separate networks. I don't know if he did that here. I can't tell if that connects to anything or not. But every blade needs to have its own self-contained heating system. and you want to have everything isolated. A kilo is going to be a fun refactor, I think. Is this a Church's cover? Holy shit, I haven't heard this one. I had no idea they covered this song. This is not like their kind of sound to cover. I don't know how I feel about it. There's separate heating systems? Yeah. Dude, I'm sorry. That's like... This is way too degenerate. What is this diagonal car? Like, to pass the science? Oh, boy. I don't know how I feel about the car shit, man. Like, I get that it's like maybe slightly more UPS efficient, but I feel like a line has to be drawn somewhere. We gotta maintain some principles, some dignity, some vague air of respectability. Then use a tank. It's even more degenerate on a kilo because you don't have to worry about heating it. Like if I did inserter into a chest into another inserter, I'd have to worry about heating it, right? Well, I mean, I guess you still have to heat the inserters, but you know what I mean? Like, it covers so much more distance. Like, to cover that same distance, it would have to be inserter, chest, and you'd have to heat every inserter. Thanks, Bean Dean. How many people in this chat do we have named a Bean? I think at least 3. We got all the beaners. Tanks aren't as UPS efficient as cars. Probably not. Got train wagons in there too. It's so degenerate, man. It's so degenerate. They just need to give us a larger storage building to end this degeneracy, man. Is the whole car, train wagon, silo shit? It's not going away anytime soon. If anything, we're only going to see it be used more and more heavily as time goes on and people's designs get more and more optimized. Grats mutter. It's mostly everything, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's all the pieces. Yeah, so if I can put this here too, that's even better. And it's 58.5, but we can do that, right? So it'll require relatively high LDS prod. Wait, why am I doing steel into that? I don't need to do steel into that. Where all did you need to go? Steel needs to go to engines and the flying. Yeah, it's just those two places. But not the electrics. Okay, let's clean up that temporary belt. And figure out roughly how we're doing this. Okay, so the inner one's the output. That's not changing. It's definitely going to be easier to run belts on the outside than the inside. Especially with all the fluid inputs being there. So we want the outer ones here. These are going to be the blue chips and the LDS. These are, yeah, the yellow sides. I can sideload the electric engines. That's true, yeah. That's true, we can do that. And then sideload them into one of the belts. I might wind up switching these around, but for now... Battery and... the other electric thingy. And maybe do that. Just gonna overlabel everything right now. We can clean up the constants later. But there's a lot of different ingredients we're dealing with here, so let's just keep everything very clearly labeled for now. Okay, so I need batteries on the interior lane of U. And steel and GC on U. And you're no longer needed, right? I have a feeling the lube pipe is gonna be a fucking nightmare. Might have to like underground it from here up there and then figure something out from that. No, it's not gonna be impossible. We do it like this somewhere. It's gonna be a nightmare, but it's not gonna be impossible. I can already see at least one option. I can also adjust this belt to go like that. And then underground here. Oh wait, no, I can't underground there. Yeah, we'll figure something out. But right now I think going like that is probably what's gonna happen. But one thing at a time. You need to be here. So I need more room. And you needed a lot of baconing, right? Like, the gears don't need that much. Yeah, the gears barely need shit. And the pipe barely needs shit. But you need a lot. Alright, might have to be something like that. Har by Elo. Okay, give me a minute. After this one. And then you also need to go to Red Chips. Oh, we're like halfway there. We got the yellow science and the electric engines. So now it's just the LDS blue chips and the battery. So you two need green chips. And you two need batteries. Shouldn't I do green chips and electric engines? No. No. I wonder if I should change the pairings here. Steel battery, G-chip, electric engine. Steel battery, G-chip, electric engine. Steel battery, G-chip, electric engine, steel battery, G-chip, electric engine, steel battery, G-chip, electric engine, steel battery, G-chip, electric engine. Like if I output the electric engine, say on the outer side of this belt, that also works. Doesn't really save me anything versus side loading here though. Still creates the same shit up top. But I could switch those pretty easily if I wanted to. Oh, sorry. I said I would do it after that song. I guess the question is, how do I want the G-chips and the batteries to go then? I guess I should worry about that part now. Yeah, and you also need fucking acid. I don't know if we're creating that locally or not. I don't know. We were talking a bit yesterday about using advanced coal liquefaction as part of the yellow. I would need a water to crack the light oil and the heavy oil. But if I do it off advanced, then I don't need any regular. I don't need any regular oil at all. Like I literally just need a coal patch. Just coal and water. And that's kind of nice. If I could DI the plastic into the RC as well, that would be perfection, but I'm not sure I can do that. I think things get too messy up there. Yeah, we'll worry about you later. That's like a final thing. Start worrying about you now. It did need the 3 inserters, right? Yeah. What if I do this? I had a double insert in each of those, though. That's the problem. Well, wait, you only need 127. One might be enough. One inserter can do 120. So if I were to do it like that... and then like that... how wide is it now? Slightly wider. That's the same width, but it's lower producing. $25 versus $20. It's 23. Might still be enough. Yeah, there's no way I get a DI for the plastic. There's just no way. There's just no way. Not without giving up the DI for the iron. The rest looks good, though. This looks solid. I think we did good on this block. And I think this is close to what I'm gonna wind up with. Maybe I actually do want to flip this and do that like that. I mean, the liquid pipes are going to be sneaking along the outside. something like that. Minus the fact that your plastic inputs are now like mega cursed. Or are they? Wait, hold on. No, they're pretty fucking cursed. No, it's definitely pretty fucking cursed. I think we go asymmetrical, don't we? Batteries on one side, GC on the other. Oh, that might actually work. Then I just need a copper thing on one side. This doesn't need some like kind of super juiced output. I need to make sure you're juiced enough though. It's just gonna be hard. Yeah, you might not be juiced enough. You're only spitting out 144. You're like 110 each. Yeah, here I had it at 245. I guess I could try putting spaces in between the copper wire and the iron. Put a few more beacons there. I might be trying to do too much here. Yeah, I need to worry about you. You need some pretty juice. Yeah, that basically needs that. Yeah, without that, that doesn't work. Your plastic inputs, yeah. Ideally need to come from the top. And you guys were... You're just steel and GC. Okay, let's do the GC in its own little standalone thing right here. Because the way we want to think about this is we have a bunch of belts coming up and we want to like terminate them, right? We want as few belts running all the way up as possible. So, you know, we've got our LDS and blue chips. Those are going to be on the outside. We know that. Those are going to go almost the entire length. Except where it gets tricky here. We'll see. And then we have our other four material, our steel GC and battery electric engine. So electric engine and steel are here. Those really should pair, shouldn't they? Because this block handles electric engine and steel. Yeah, I think electric engine and steel should be together. The more I look at it. Because then I just have to worry about one belt going up for GC and BAT. Instead of two. Right now I have to worry about this one for BAT and this one for GC. Yeah, no. We have two materials made in here. Those two materials should share a belt. Period. Backfeed iron plates with a little belt? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. The problem... Here's the problem. Like, I know what you're saying. Like, you're saying that maybe I could have, like, you know, a tiny little belt right here. And then another GC plant here, right? Like, that's what you're saying, right? Just have that one plant cover it with a short little belt. Here's the fucking problem. Simply adding a second foundry with a direct insert is more UPS efficient. I'm not even kidding. That's the problem. Because the problem is that having this as a completely separate entity that only turns on and off for this is less than is less UPS than the previous solution, right? Because with this, every iron plate that moves from here to here is only has to be touched by two inserters. Whereas with this, every iron plate that moves from here to here is only touched by one. And the uptime of these two machines separately is the same time as the uptime of just this one. Right, so it's effectively the same UPS. But yeah. Thanks, Oko. But yeah, it's kind of the issue we're dealing with in this late, you know, Blade 2026 design. Is that it's, you know... Belting is better than silo chesting or wagon chesting or car chesting. But direct insert, even if it takes more entities, is better than, you know, belting. Because it's just less inserters, and inserters are everything. How big a belt? It's enough of a difference that we have to do it this way. Or we at least really, really want to do it this way. It's enough, yeah. Okay, so you steel is definitely going onto this belt. That's definitely not changing. because it's way too much of a pain in the ass to put on this. So the outer is now going to become steel and electric engine. And then the inner is going to become batteries and GC. For fuck's sake. So your output is moving. Oh, no, you can stay there. I can just flip you. Oh, that makes my life a lot easier. Oh, yeah, that makes my life way easier. Yeah. Okay, I was about to do some, like, far more degenerate shit. Okay, so there we go. So you put steel on the outside, electric engine arrive on the inside. Okay, so the problem is you need to be able to pick up GC, though. Which means you need to be able to pick up GC from this belt. And that's actually a little bit of a problem. Because of this. Thanks, Nick. Yeah, you have a really hard time interacting with anything that's with the inner belt. Fuck, I might not be able to do that. Yeah, engines need steel. We want steel on the outer belt for sure. Yeah, I mean, steel GC on the outer just makes sense in this area. Because both of you have a very hard time grabbing from the inner belt, if not impossible. And you need one thing from the inner belt, or these belts, which is GC, and you need one thing, which is steel. It just sucks because, like, I'm trying to reduce the number of belts running up from 3 pairs to 2. The number of belts that run up past this point, right? Because right now, it's the blue chip LDS has to run up no matter what. And right now I'm having to run both the GC steel belt and the battery electric engine belt has to run up. And I was trying to reduce it so it was only one belt going up, being just the battery GC belt. But yeah. Yeah, these just can't grab off the inner belt. There's just no way. Not while I have direct insert from these two things. There's just no way. Alright, well fuck. Let's go back then. It was worth a try. You were electric engine. Which means you switch again. Well, at the very least, we can end the GC belt here. But if I could get all you guys in here, it'd be nice. Let's worry about you guys last. You need acid too, so having you kind of near the top isn't that bad. It's just another fucking... But pipes are easier to run down than belts. Splitters are too expensive? Splitters aren't expensive, they're just... Splitters divide belts. A fully compressed belt is considered to be one entity. If you split it, you now make it two entities. Now, belts are supposed to be multi-threaded, so I don't know how much that actually affects things. I can tell you with damn near certainty, I don't think anyone's done extensive UPS testing on that. But... Wait, what if I can get GC off you two? It's almost lined up, isn't it? Wait, hold on a second. If you're here... Can't I run GC down? This needs to be at the top, though. Running like the blue chip LDS belt, like, further, hiding higher than this is going to be a nightmare. Like, I can maybe run a couple pipes up through here. Oh, Christ. Yeah, okay, even running the pipes is going to be a nightmare, but then... Yeah, if I can't spam that with a pipe, we're in trouble. How am I riding the Moltener in the loop? Up your ass, that's how. I have no fucking idea. One thing at a time. Yeah, I want to get the GCs from there. But I guess it'll have to go past the LDS and the battery on the way down. So I don't need to worry about you anymore. I just need you, and you. Yeah, I think I'm just running the GC straight down from here. These don't need very many GCs. Okay, they need a fair bit, I guess. So 2.69 times 2 is 5.38. So it's about 8 GCs per second. Times 4, 32. Can you spare 32 GCs per second? 10% of your output without crippling the BCs. Maybe. If it's pumping hard enough. The lube and the molten iron pipes would have to touch. Yeah, I'm aware it's not ideal right now. I can do some of these belts under. Like I like the one path I do see is right here. Is I can do it like that. And that'll get me out. But yeah, let's worry about the pipes last. They're generally easier to do than other things, so... And I forgot, I had my plastic input up here. And that's really hard to change. Or is it? Or is it? I think I want you near the top. Because you need a coal and a petroleum thing. So that's two things that really don't need to go any further down at all. So I actually think I want you at the front. Okay, I think we're getting somewhere. So that's the very top. And now we have the bottom. So now we just need to fill in the middle. There's only one thing left. And you need to go on the inside of a belt. It's gonna put on the outer side. Which doesn't work for the... Yeah. I don't know, I still need to do something like this. And then you go underground. We have our blue chip shit on the outside. And then in here we stick you guys, and that should be it. Is that good? God, I hope that's good. I mean, if that's good, then this looks relatively clean, honestly. Minus whatever hell else I do at the top regarding oil processing. Maybe I'll do the oil processing as an optional thing. Like, design the blade as is, and then design, like, an add-on. Where you can have, like, attached oil processing or a separate oil refinery that just hooks up to a bunch of connections. Based on how you feel. That's, of course, assuming I survive the aneurysm that the piping is going to give me here in about 10 minutes. Can't I do something like... No. Well, hold on. If I do this... Like that, right? Yeah. Yeah, that works. There we go. That's better. This area is getting dense. Holy shit. We might have to use a medium power pulse. We'll see. It's definitely getting dense. Okay, you're on the outside. You have to line up to that. So you just need one underground somewhere in there. Can be anywhere in the column. And that's not counting the fact that we have to run a copper and iron pipe down here as well. Which is going to be where things get really fucking spaghetti. Did I watch the State of the Union? Yeah, I did. It's kind of fun, actually. Didn't think I'd get to watch a Nazi rally live in my lifetime, but... You know... Welcome to 2026. Yeah, no, Conk, fuck off, dude. Nah, dude, like, yeah. No, just... That's the second time you said you said I started skitzing in response to me saying I don't approve of the political situation in this country. Okay? No. It's the last time you say that. Take the rest of the day off. Like, if you actually support what's going on right now, I don't even know what to tell you. I don't even know what to tell someone who actually looks at how things are right now and says, yeah, this is good. Same old, same old. What do you mean? Stalin, congrats on your streak, man. Still the streak king. I can't, yeah, I can't cross there. I can run one pipe where you are. And one pipe where you are. But I need 3 down here. Like, if politicians give about the common folk party or the other, there is no common folk party. We have 2 parties that serve corporate interests. But yeah, I mean, while we're on the subject of this shit, since we haven't talked about the shit for a while, we're basically going to war with Iran at the end of the week. I don't know if any of you have been keeping up with the details of these kinds of things, but it's almost certain we're going to be bombing Iran by the end of the fucking week. So, yeah. The one thing both parties can agree on, dropping bombs in the Middle East. So yeah, we're basically, yeah. Yep. I don't know, man. I'm so sick of this shit. I'm actually so sick of it. I need to figure out roughly where this third pipe is going. I guess I can move one of you down here, but then I can't run another pipe up vertically as easily, because that, yeah, needs to have a thing here, and if I do it there... War sounds like a strong world. It seems will be happening. I mean, I'm pretty sure the Iranians are going to consider it a full. I mean, to them, it's an existential war. To them, it's a war for their survival. The war not to be put under the fucking Shah or similar again. Like, we all saw what they thought of the Shah, you know, in the 1970s. Thanks, Dallas. It looks like the US will stomp them. I mean, it's a possibility, but I mean, that's not exactly a good thing either. Like, we're gonna do to them what we did to Iraq. Do you remember what we did to Iraq? Like, I guess the million Iraqi civilians killed during the US occupation don't matter, do they? Because, you know, brown people in the Middle East aren't really people anyway. You know, we just kill them and they're just statistics. Then we get, oh, yeah, everybody in that area of the world hates us. I wonder why. I wonder what we did to them to get them to hate us. We murdered their families. We murdered their children. We murdered their friends. Yeah, the thing is, Iran is not Iraq either. Iran has kind of been preparing this kind of shit for a long time. Iran is much more heavily armed, especially in the missile and ballistic missile department. Like, they're not going to go down without a fight, I think. But I don't know. After Venezuela, who the fuck knows? The one thing we learned from Venezuela was that apparently Venezuela has no functioning military. So we'll see. But it looks like no matter what, yeah, we're going to be at war by the end of the week. Most likely Friday after the stock market closes. That's probably when it'll go down. That's my prediction. Sometime in the middle of the night, Iranian time. But yeah. Like, there's a massive fucking buildup right now happening. Massive buildup. So the odds of it actually going down are very, very high. I think the worst possible scenario that could possibly happen right now is Iran will strike back not only at U.S. but Israeli targets. And if there's one group of people on this planet who may drop the fucking bomb, guess who it is? Polymarket thinks otherwise. I don't care what Polymarket thinks. You think I look at betting websites to like get my information? I mean, if I can make money by betting on the fact that I think it might happen, then maybe I should go place a bet. This time the opposing forces? Well, I don't think there's going to be any troops on the ground. I highly doubt at any point we'll see troops on the ground. I think it's going to be purely like bombs and planes and shit. And missiles and drones. they're gonna try to just, bomb the fuck out of them in a submission. Good way to check what people think? I don't care what people think, though. I care what informed people think. I care what, people who actually, study this shit, who keep track of this shit. I care what they think. Anyone can place a bet on Polymarket. Did I watch Pluribus? I did. I thought it was okay. I didn't think it was... I thought it was kind of like, it was worth the watch, but I doubt I would watch it again. I feel like it was very slow, and very, very little happened. So I don't think, the rewatchability was that great. Yeah, I mean, as I said, it was still, entertaining enough to get through the first season, but... They always put boots on the ground at some point. I think that era is sort of coming to an end. Again, Iran is not Iraq. Iran is a much more advanced country. It's a much larger country. It has a much, much more developed military. The entire country is pure fucking mountainous terrain as well. It's not exactly in a country you can easily, It's not like fucking Poland, where it's a goddamn flat plain that you can just drive across in a tank. Yeah, I don't know. Vince doesn't miss? He's decent. But yeah, I mean... They've been trying to get a war with Iran to happen for almost my entire life. It feels like at this point, literally almost the entire time I've been alive. It feels like they've been beating the drums for war with Iran, and now it may finally be going down. They can't take down China. So they're one by one trying to take down any country that provides oil to China. This is all ultimately about China at the end of the day. The reason they went after Venezuela is because they were supplying oil to China. Same with Iran, that supplies oil to China. The real question is China really going to sit back and do nothing this entire time while all of its allies get wiped out one by one? Who's they? What do you mean? By Khomeini, general civilian in Venezuela? I don't think anyone really fucking knows exactly what the hell went down in Venezuela. I've seen a lot of speculation, but it's... I don't know. The Venezuelan government has been completely quiet about it. The best guess is that they're being held hostage at gunpoint, basically being told that if they don't comply, they'll be bombed into, they'll be bombed into Gaza or some shit like that. That would be my guess, but yeah. The thing is, even if the government has decided to comply, it's going to create a very unstable situation. Because the question is, how long are the people going to put up with their oil being sold for nothing? They're not getting the money from the oil. The Venezuelan people are seeing none of it. What am I building? I'm trying to build a yellow science right now. We're sort of getting close to done. Yeah, I saw the USS Ford shit. It put a smile on my face. But we both know that's not going to stop them. We both know that's not going to stop them. But yeah, I mean, it does kind of show just how poorly maintained the U.S. military actually is. But no, the thing is, there's such a huge power difference between you know, the strongest militaries in the world, and then like the middling ones, and then the lesser ones, right? Like, even if the U.S. military is poorly maintained, corrupt as fuck, and falling apart at the seams, you know, it's still more than enough to kick Venezuela's ass. But we've also seen just how poorly Western equipment has done in Ukraine against Russian equipment. Because Russia puts a much greater effort into, you know, not having a corrupt as fuck military. Which is a wild sentence when you put it out loud, but it's true. Like, the Russian military is significantly less corrupt than the US one, and it shows. But then we've got Iran here in the middle, you know, which is clearly several tiers above Venezuela, which is also several tiers below, say, the US or Russia. And so I think anyone who actually knows exactly how this is going to play out, I people that are like experts on this kind of thing don't really know exactly how it's going to play out. But yeah, I mean, I think unless they can start sinking aircraft carriers, I don't know if they're going to be able to hold out. If they can start sinking aircraft carriers, then the game changes. But unless that happens, if it just is a pure missile war, they don't have the same like manufacturing base that, say, Russia did. And we have no fucking idea how much Russia or China or all those other countries are going to be supplying them. I read an article like earlier today about like China trying to send hypersonic anti-ship missiles to Iran, but you know, that was like this week. You know, these things don't get delivered overnight. So I don't fucking know. I have no fucking idea. I don't think anyone has a fucking idea. It's crazy that even happened. I'm not that surprised though. Because we know the U.S. military is just a giant grift. It's this huge grift. I mean, just look at like the shit in Afghanistan and Iraq and all that. You know, it'd be like they pay some company like $10 million to put up a couple tents. You know, bags of bolts for aircraft that are like, you know, $100,000 for a bag of bolts. Like it's pure grift all the way up. It's pure corruption. Like all the way up. All these no bid contracts, they just charge whatever they want, and it gets signed off all the way up. Because those corporations that benefit from all the corruption take the money they get from all this corruption and they, you know, use it to buy politicians. And the circle continues. You overpay these defense contracts, ridiculous amounts, way more than the stuff is actually worth. Then those contractors buy the politicians, and the politicians sign off these bloated budgets over and over. They didn't see a cent of the oil before either. I mean, they were seeing money when they were sending it to China, but I don't think China was buying that much. They had like a very big reserve that the U.S. has basically stolen at this point. Like the ones Russia used? Not sure what that was a comment to. Iran is currently supplying with Russia. Yeah, there's a lot of trade going back and forth in all directions. Russia would have to fold if it wasn't being supplied by North Korea and Iran. I'm not so sure about that. North Korea has produced a ton of artillery shells, though. Like, if you tell someone North Korea produces more artillery shells per year than all of Europe, they'll find it hard to believe. Because they're like, what, that tiny little fucking country is producing as much as, you know, 500 million plus population all of Europe? It's like, yeah, it's actually true. Because they have a massive, massive, massive artillery shell producing, you know, industry. You know, primarily because that's what their defense concerns entail. But, yeah, it's more just how much of the West's production has turned out to be a paper tiger. It's not really so much that Russia and Iran and North Korea are producing, like, shitloads. It's more that the Western's production capabilities can't be really maintained through peacetime because everything is done for profit, right? And if they're not making enough money, things get downscaled. Which is why you get all these Western, Wonder Waffle, these like weapons that are like super advanced, but they're produced in such small quantities that are basically irrelevant. And it doesn't matter how fancy a plane you have, when the enemy has proper, current gen like surface to air missiles, it doesn't matter because you still can't fly. Hypersonic missiles, yeah, the Oreshniks, yeah, I know. I watched the footage. I saw them land in Ukraine. A Russia with no drones or munitions would have folded. Yeah, but I don't know. Saying that they would have folded without Iranian and North Korean assistance, I don't know if that's a provable statement, right? Like they would have had a rougher time, absolutely. I think the lack of North Korean shells would have made a bigger impact than the lack of Ukrainian drones. But folds? I'm not sure. Russia is one of like a few countries on the planet that still has a proper, military manufacturing base. So yeah. China was doing about 500,000 per day. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Didn't Venezuela had something like a 90 million barrel like reserve or something? And then the US has basically confiscated that and is now sending it to Israel or some shit? I don't fucking know. But yeah, I mean, it's like the old Gramsci quote: "The old world is dying and the new world struggles to be born. Now is the time of monsters," and we're really seeing what the time of monsters really looks like. Which side of the belt you need to be on? You are what? You were batteries and electric engines. The engines are going on the inside. The engines are going on the left side. So the batteries seem to be on the right. Something like that. No need to sideload? Yeah, I do. It's mirrored. So if it goes like straight onto the belt, it'll be on different sides on both lanes. Right? Like if I do that, it'll be on different sides. North Korean shells, is this supplied 40? Yeah. Yeah, the North Korean shells is a big part of why they're able to just go so ham on the artillery. And these days war is all about missiles, drones, and artillery over everything else. At least when it's about conflicts between larger nations. If you're a small nation that doesn't have a proper anti-air capabilities, then you just get bombed into oblivion. Alright, that's the furthest the copper has to go down. Iron has to go down a little further. Both fives. Both. But you want to. Well, the hub I'm going to be using next is going to be this one, Evaders. So it's got some inserters. Then the rest are bots. But yeah, we have a lot of work to do on that before it gets deployed. Pipes are going to be fun. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to this right now. Ugh, especially fuck the lube pipe too. I didn't even think about that. That's one more pipe going up than I was thinking. One thing at a time. Let's worry about iron. If I can. Yeah, pipes are not going to be fun. Number 1 being Venezuela. Number 4 Canada. Yeah. Like this comment for when you watch the YouTube VOD in 3 days. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the U.S. acquisition of oil is not to bring domestic prices down. Trust me, speaking as someone in the U.S., oil prices are not going down. It doesn't matter how many barrels we get from Venezuela, oil prices are not going down. The reason this oil grab is going on right now is to deny other countries oil. That and to charge the Europeans more. That was a big part of why the Ukraine-Russia war happened. Was to get the Russians to stop selling oil to Europeans and force Europeans to now buy American LNG instead. Okay, I need to figure out, you. I have no idea how I'm doing this, man. Yeah, the piping is definitely hell. The piping is definitely hell. I guess I need to do something like this. Yeah. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. I think the acid might have to go up through here, yeah. I have no idea where the lube goes, though. I think I might have to do it here on this side. And then, like, push it to the outside. I don't know. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. We have a lot of problems in front of us right now. No, I don't want to go horizontally. If I absolutely have, like, no other choice, I'll consider it, but I want all the pipes to be at the other end, ideally. No, I can't do that there. Okay, that might work. Yeah, I mean, usually the pipes aren't this bad, but... what can I say? Alright, let's just make sure everything works right now. Let's just get some basic liquid metal. And the acid, we still have to do acid and lube. So we're not even close to being out of the woods yet. Wrong one. Nope, that was the right one. Alright, let's let it run for a second and see if it's saturated, and if it's not, we'll see where the problem is. Oh, I forgot battery output? No. I forgot the acid to the battery. And the copper down here. I mean, if we're solid down here, then it's just a matter of piping at this point. I mean, fuck, I would say that turned out really well. If we can get all the pipes in. It's a big if. It's easily horizontally tileable. Well, okay, fuck. Fuck, it's actually not! No! The goddamn red chips, man. End of my life. Oh, we'll work on that afterward. See if we can bring that in a little bit. I don't know if I can, though. It's already so tight in here. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure we're gonna be talking about Iran plenty this weekend once shit starts hitting the fan. I think it's gonna be hard to avoid it. But yeah, there's the little synopsis so far of where we stand. But yeah, it should go without saying that I oppose the fuck out of this. And I do not think we should be... I am against American imperialism in all forms. But it's the one thing that both parties are completely united on. Because that's what they're there for. That's why they actually exist. It's their highest commitment. So I feed the liquids from the top and the bottom sides. I like to do it just from the top. On some of my blades, I'm okay with feeding it from the bottom. Like on the purple science. I guess on here I kind of had it all on the top as well. But yeah, I'm okay with feeding, like... The way I'm trying to set it up right now is all solids get put in on one side. The science gets put on the other side. The liquids can, in theory, connect on either side. But I'm trying to at least have the connections on the top side. But yeah, I mean, it's different from purple, because purple had so many solid belts coming in. It needs 6 solid belts of stone. And then the rest can be pipes. Well, plus 1 belt of coal for when I put the plastic as part of the blueprint. But yellow science is a bit different. Because there's a lot of different material types coming in here. But yeah, it looks like it is enough. I was worried by having these GCs feed the GCs for these, we would not get enough GCs for the BCs. But yeah, it looks like that actually did work out. So I think this is not bad at all right now. And the iron is keeping up. Yeah, these are slight RC limited because I couldn't get enough beacons on the outside. And I mean, I see a solid belt coming out at the end there. So, you know, I'll take it. Yeah. Yeah, why do you think I said routing the pipes is going to be a little bit of a nightmare here? To put it mildly. I can pull beacons on these, though. These don't need to be full beaconed. Or in fact, these need like barely any beacons. So I have space here. And then I can span a pipe here. Yeah, that could work. That makes it easier to get up top. You need full beacons, though. I could maybe remove one on each side, maybe. Yeah, I could maybe pull one and have it still be enough. Pipe on the outside is dangerous. It's not if I keep it as undergrounds. If I keep it as undergrounds, then it's fine. It just can't go straight. Obviously, we make it a bit wider. The thing is, like, ideally I'm trying to get it so that it'll tile like this. But obviously that requires doing something at the BC. But if I can't do that, second best is like this. More LDS research? Yeah. I mean, it's at the max right now, or at least pretty high. Yeah, it's at 30. I just don't have 30 in my current game. But yeah, I think those pipes will have to go on the outside. Can I move the beacons on the right side over by one tile? I'm trying not to make it any wider than it currently is. Alright, one thing at a time. Let's get our copper hooked up here. So that just leaves acid. That leaves acid, and that leaves... That leaves acid, and that leaves, lube. $25 is max? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not too worried about LDS production out of here. Okay, I think for the acid, I need to do it like here. No way, dude. You're kidding me right now. I need to not fuck with these beacons either. Oh, that would have made my life so much easier if I could have just had it come up there and then merge across here and then have one pipe coming out here, so... Literally one tile short. I don't have prods on batteries. Whoops. I mean, it makes plenty, though. 282 versus needing 13. Give me one sec. I gotta take a piss. Alright, I'm back. Flip the iron and copper foundries of the... No reason to feed them on the inside. Well, I have that kind. I have this running up here. I was trying to leave the outsides open right now because that's where I was going to do the acid and the lube pipes, but oh, I have a really cursed idea. You guys are going to hate me. I have a really fucking cursed idea. It would be better if I could connect to the two somehow. But I can't very easily. Well, I can for the copper. Hold on. Because the copper doesn't need to go further down. But then I still can't easily connect to that there. Okay, what if I... go back to something like that. Oh, it's super cursed. Can I have the acid? Yeah. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. I'll just do this. I guess it doesn't matter which side I do it on. Probably do it on the left. The lube has to go down further. And we have the iron pipe here. Yeah, we'll do it left. So you need to go... like that? That is cursed, though. That's the one thing I remember I said we needed to not do. Was have a straight pipe by the edge. I guess as long as there's no corresponding straight on the other side, it's fine. Connected from the bottom? I mean, we're kind of committed to having the connections on the top at this point. That's a problem. Yeah, it's fine on this side. And then we can have the lube. Like there. And here to here is easy. Well, this one's a little trickier. Because I can't do a straight there. And this part's hard to change now. Very hard. No, I'm trying to avoid doing the horizontal pipes unless I have to. Like, yes, I can do horizontal pipes if I have no other choice. But I'm trying to have another choice, you know? Oh, great. That's already max length. So that can't change. Just do a loop below batteries. Connect the lube to lube assembler with an underground? Not sure what you mean. I already have that connected with an underground. I mean, I can do this. But I still need to get you... Oh, wait. I think I see a way. Hold on. Oh, we did it! It's cursed as fuck! But we did it. Oh. If I made plastic belts that go to red chips, go to the sides, they should have down the middle. Yeah, true. I mean, I could have had them come out the sides and then down here. That's not a bad idea. It doesn't really matter now, though. Are we finally done? Is that it? The iron here. And copper here. Confuse the mice running under the pipes? Yeah. That's the real goal, isn't it? To drive the mice crazy. Looks very clean, thank you. I mean, that was the goal. As clean as possible with as much direct insert as possible. I don't know if I'd call the pipes clean, but, you know. I forgot about this. Where's Comrade's blade? Oh, he did silo chesting pretty heavily. Yeah, I don't know. I like the higher. I wanted the high degree of direct insert. Robo frames directly into yellow. Pipes and gears directly into engines, directly into electric engines. Battery directed. Plastic direct into at least the LDS. Everything regarding the circuits directed minus the plastic. I think we did an okay job here. Comrade's designs have been pretty solid though. Below batteries, iron and copper, there's 2 beacons not hitting anything. More than that, actually. 2 on each side. Four total. And I can cut these down too. Batteries feel a little low. Like, it's getting enough, but it's barely. I've got 3 beacons on it. But I can do the lube a lot cleaner if I move that. Oh no, I can't put an underground there, that's right. Yeah, we can get rid of all that. Well, did you even span that? Barely. Oh, there's no room for the turn, though. I can go out here, though. Yeah, that works. It's a little naked in the middle, but... it works. Yeah, once we trimmed the unnecessary beacons, yeah, we have actually a lot more room than we thought we did. I can clean these up to be a little more aesthetic as well. Let's put a few more on there just in case. The batteries were a little light. I want those belts nice and saturated. If I flip it while tiling? No, I wouldn't flip it. I would just put it same. And the pipes, yeah, don't connect. If I do it like that. It's just a shame. It's just a shame there's no beacon overlap. You know, it's not a big deal, right? By the time you get to this point, you get lots of beacons and lots of modules, but it is a bit of a shame still. The beacon up. Yeah, I guess it could. I can't slide it down because of where this unloads. This can't be here. Where's the one infinity? Oh, it's the petroleum one. Yeah, I was trying to make sure I got all the pipes. Yeah, it's the petroleum one. Remove beacon 2 or 4 from the row. What, here? I don't want to. I don't know. Like, sliding it up and down doesn't gain me anything, though. There's no gain to be made there. And the more beacons you have, the less duration machines are active for. Like, less duration is good. Like, on these I don't care, because these are already so much higher than this. So whether I have another, like, 4 beacons out here, it's irrelevant. But I do need quite a bit of steel. You know, that one's active a fair bit. Cat, thanks for the raid, man. Appreciate it. But the electric unit's backing up a bit. Yeah, they're backed up down here. It's like barely enough. It's really tight, but it's barely enough. And enough is enough. Illustration was good. It's an earthquake and lightning warp. You remember old school lightning warp? Before they changed the gem and it was still reduced duration? And you could get like actual instant lightning warp. Not the tiny ass delay bullshit you have now. But truly instant. I gain at the steel beacons, also hit the batteries. I guess. And I guess it is on a lot. Alright, fine, fine. I'll do it. You have convinced me. I don't have to lose the beacons, actually. Hold on. If I move this in, then that can go up. There we go. Best of both worlds. Kept the beacons, and now everything's being hit. Thank you, Kuamot. I'm guessing you meant what I just did, Spinner. I mean, I think I'm reasonably happy with it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing any more major improvements. Unless somebody else is. Mirage livestream? Yeah, I mean, I'll check it out. But I'm not planning on interrupting the current Megabase playthrough for a PoE League. Correct, Adri. Liquid bus that with one coal belt to supply the plastic. But it'll need to be supplied by a proper refinery. Since we need acid and lube. Looking forward to Octavian? I mean, I don't really... I don't follow PoE news like super tightly anymore. For me, it's a once every 3 months thing. I just check out and see what the new league entails. But regardless of what the news is, as I said, I don't think I'm going to be taking time off from the Factorio stuff. We're going to be fully focused on this. Thanks, Martin. This is Novice Tetra. Lube pipe to the left for nothing. True. But then we lose our symmetry. But we got a little bit of a symmetry here. It's an aesthetic loss. Is the quality chip supposed to produce sulfur and carbon and then produce just carbon? It makes what you specify in the combinator. Yeah, you probably screwed up the quality of the hub. Let me guess, you tried to build it with a normal quality hub? When the blueprint used legendary? That's probably what you screwed up. A lot of people make that mistake. But it makes what's set in these combinators here, yeah. Yeah, you can have a quality hub. But yeah, it's the numbers you put in here. It'll make 1k calcite, that much of carbon and sulfur, and that much iron. The numbers in here and the numbers in here need to be the same. Because this tells it when to upcycle. I should have them both set with a constant combinator. Actually, let me make a note of that. I'll update that at some point. But right now, the thresholds of when to harvest or when to crush are here and here and here for those, and then this tells these three are just for this, which tells it when to cycle asteroid types. So this is dynamic recipe set on the shuffle. So first it tries to crush for the stuff that it needs. And then if it needs like ice and it has way too much iron, it'll try to shuffle iron and ice. Yeah. Yeah, people... Nah, I use quality hubs on all my late game ships. And it's something that most people don't think about. I get asked that maybe like once a week. Someone asking me if my circuits are all screwed up in my blueprint. And that's always the hub. Alright, I'm reasonably happy with that. How I get a legendary hub? You just make it. With a starter pack. You need a legendary starter pack. Turns into a legendary hub. This stuff should be easy to make if you have good legendary production. You don't think you can make the red and green smaller so you can tile it? Oh, were you working on that? Yeah, that's kind of hard. I think we're at the point, though, we should look at the other blueprints. No, this is not their best song. So 3 people, while I was on my day off, decided to work on a compacted version of the Yellow Blade. And I'll do them the honor of putting it all in the book as well. This is Silvertex. It's a novice. Hold on. Not everybody uses the same icon system I do. So Silvertech did one. Andy did one. Wait, I think Andy got tileable chips, actually. We might be able to take something from that. This is... and then Artellus did a modification of Andy's. All right. All right, so let's look at what the others did and see if we can incorporate any improvements. Why does it have solar panels? I don't fucking know. Ask Artellus. I'm not putting solar panels in mine. Okay, so let's just take a quick look at each one. Alright. So first off, mine's the longest. I have the longest yellow. Okay, so Andy had the same idea here. So we have a pretty close... Actually, ours are pretty similar. His LDS is in the middle, though. Wait, where's your plastic go to your back to your reds? Here? Oh, there it is. Yeah. Yeah, so Andy's is pretty similar to mine. But he didn't go for DI on these, which I disagree with. But yeah, it's the same principles. He also went for separate green circuit. So that's something we definitely did. That was a big step up from that. Because I get my GCs from just one section. But yeah, he did manage to compact that a bit. But I don't know if I can compact that and still keep the pipes. I don't know. We'll see. I think that's the one improvement we're going to try to take. Is compacting the blue and... oh, he belted... Or no, he didn't belt. He boxed the iron, though. Yeah. Yeah, that's a sacrifice he had to make. He had to box the iron. It's 2 inserters. I don't know if that's worth the sacrifice. Because you're basically saying that every iron plate that has to reach the GC now has to be moved twice. And in turn for what? Just being able to save a few beacons? More beacons doesn't affect UPS. Rightmost output is spotty? Artellus, what the fuck did you do? Indy's output is spotty too. Hey, what? What did you guys do? I'm not belting frames. I'm not doing this. I'm just trying to look to see if they did something that I can incorporate back. Silver's design is decent, but it's much, much wider. It doesn't have the plastic incorporated at all. It's belted in. I want it incorporated, yeah. Yeah, I think he did a good job here, but it's not quite with the same design goals that I'm looking for. He also is not directing... oh, no, he is. He is directing pipe and gears. I don't think he has the infinity pipes hooked up on his by default. 1 second. What did I do? Oh, I was okay. Whoops. Alright, let's let them all run for a second. Why zigzag? Makes it easier to see if there's a gap. It makes it easier to see if it's actually outputting a solid belt or not. It's just a diagnostic thing. You do like how Silver did the engines? Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, it's definitely not bad. I don't know if we gain anything from that, though. Maybe? One thing at a time. They all look spotty except mine. No, I think Silver's is okay. Yeah, Indy's versions are spotty. Andy and Artellus' modified one. What exactly is causing the spottiness? No blue chips? It's not getting enough blue chips. Yeah, it's not getting enough blue chips. Might be stabilizing over time. No, there goes another gap. Same issue here. It's struggling with the iron. Or the GC, sorry. Yeah, it's because he's only got 2 inserters. You can't have 2. I already tested that yesterday. Yeah, I already tested that yesterday. You can't have 2 inserters for the copper wire. You need 3. That was one of the things I tried cutting yesterday when I was trying to slim things down a bit. That's the problem. And that's not very easily fixed with how he has that. Well, that's unfortunate. I'll tag them on Discord so they at least know. It doesn't have a prod in the blue chips? Oh! They're assuming 300. They're assuming 300. Never mind, never mind. Alright, hold on. Let me delete my message. Yeah. I put it up to 300. Or, well, what it would be 300 with the 50 prod. From the EM plant. Yeah, you're right. It was just slightly low on prod. Yeah, this should be solid now, I think. Alright, that looks better. Yeah, I completely missed that. I mean, I guess, should I just ratio mine for 300 prod as well, then? Which means I could remove an inserter. Well, mine has to supply... No, I'm going to leave the third one in. Because mine has to supply GC for this belt as well. They aren't doing that. Oh, wait, no, Silver is. Silver did it the way I did. God, it's so weird to look at them and it's like... Some of the things I did, Silver did. And some of the things I did, Andy did. But there's, like, no overlap between them, right? Like, Silver and I both did the direct insert. And using the GC from here to feed the flying frames. But then Andy and I both did the plastic direct insert. But then Andy did a whole separate fucking machine here. I don't think Andy's is very UPS efficient, honestly. Sorry, Andy. There's too much belting of ingredients. There's too many extra inserters. You can just tell. Like, every RoboFrame made needs to be moved twice because it's not direct inserted. The copper wire from here to here is being belted, whereas it's not on any of the others. The iron here is being moved twice as well. Yeah, I would venture to guess that these two are actually probably less UPS efficient than Silver's or mine. Just purely going off inserters and how many times ingredients are moved. Yeah, just purely going off that, which is honestly a pretty solid thing to go off of. What did Silver even change? Or not Silver, sorry, Artelis. What did he even change from Andy's original design? Mainly stuff up top. I think he just managed to compact it a little bit, yeah. I don't think he actually fucked with the belting. Yeah, it looks like he just compacted it a bit. Or so. And added solar panels. Is Artelis still here? Oh, Andy's here. Problems with BP? No, I thought there was a problem, but I don't know if you saw the Discord message. I deleted it like a minute after I posted. I didn't have the blue chip prod high enough, because yours was ratioed for like 300 blue chip prod. Well, 250 from research and 50 from the building. Mine was ratioed for a bit less. 129? Yeah, we can do an inserter count. 127, not 129. 127. Well, I need to make sure I don't... 102. Well, I kind of do need to factor in those, don't I? Yeah, 102, 106, and Moment of Truth. Mine's at 115. Wait, how is Silver at... Well, he doesn't have the plastic in. How is Silver, like, so much lower on inserters? 115 versus... Oh, he has 16 greens. Why does he have green inserters? Huh? No, don't do that. Yeah, he has greens here for some stupid reason. That's a mistake. Alright, so his actual inserter count is 106 plus 16 is 118. Or sorry, 122. Not counting the coal needing to be put onto the plastic. So it's really like 125 or something. I think I'm actually the lowest inserter count then. Yeah, I think my design actually has the lowest inserter count. Yeah, it does. Yeah. I win, yay. But yeah, hey Andy, I just designed this. And I did it just based on what I wanted to do from my previous design from last week. And I know you three had designed blades of your own. And I was trying not to look at them because I wanted to do my own design first. And then if you guys had good improvements, I was going to try to incorporate them. But without trying to pat myself on the back too hard, I think I actually nailed it. I think my design may actually be the most UPS efficient out of all three. How do I do GC? Out of the blue circuits. Right here. There's another belt. So yeah, my GC is out of my BC. And that's with the extra inserters too. I wonder if I actually can cut them. Hold on, let's cut them and see. Let's cut them and see. But yeah, it was kind of interesting looking at the other designs too, because you incorporated some things that I wanted to incorporate, but not all of them. And then Silver incorporated some things I wanted to do, but not all of them. I don't even know what Artellus, like, really changed here. Like, he modified yours, but I don't think he changed that much. Like, it seems like he mainly just compacted the top very slightly. I don't think he fundamentally changed the belting or anything at all. Like, here, if I just count beacons above the steel, 37... Well, it's a bit harder to tell, but 31, I don't know. Yeah, I think he just like moved things around. I think he just compressed your design a little bit. And added some weird solar panels. Couldn't get enough beacons? Yeah, that's because yours has one advantage that mine does not. It's tileable. Or at least, I'm gonna just remove Artellus's because I think it's too similar to Andy's anyway. I don't think we're learning anything more from that, unfortunately. But yeah, yours has beacon tileableness. Mine does not. Mine does not. That's the one big thing you managed to get in. But yeah, mine can't be, what the hell happened here? I removed the wrong inserter. But yeah, mine can't share beacons. It can go adjacent like that, but I can't share. Beacon tileability was a deal breaker? Yeah. No, I actually like kind of agree with you in the sense that I really wanted beacon tileability, but I think the sacrifices that had to be made here add too much UPS. Because having like more beacons doesn't increase UPS, right? I mean, I guess slightly higher power draw or something, but you have a lot of things being moved by multiple inserters that I don't. Like, I was looking especially down here. All your copper wire is being moved twice. You know, once by these inserters and once by these. And then up here, your iron is also being moved twice. And by going a bit wider, we avoided both those things. No, I do need that third inserter. If I was only drawing blue chips out... Well, hold on. I didn't try it with these. But I can already tell it's low in GC, yeah. I need the third inserter. I don't think mine's fixable to be tileable. No, you basically need to do what Andy did. I think if you want a tileable design, I think his is hard to beat. But I'm using significantly less inserters to accomplish the same thing. Also, Andy, I don't know why you didn't go with this pattern. Because I know you just, I know you obviously designed this after the Sunday stream. You were here when we designed this. So why didn't you go with the direct insert RoboFrame? Well, why did you switch that? That's another part where you're just using more inserters. Because you're a tum-tum? Okay. I thought you might have had some specific reason, but I couldn't figure out what it was. I mean, I still think you did a good job. I think both you and Silver did a good job. Like, I'm including all your shit in the Blade book. I've started just doing that in general. I've been putting everyone's blades in. You know, so people have, like, you know, options to choose from. If you link me a blade that is reasonably well designed, I'll put it in the book. Yeah, I need that third inserter. Because I'm pulling too much GC out of him otherwise. Well, that makes me feel pretty satisfied. I thought there would be more from these that we wanted to incorporate, but yeah, I think honestly, I think I did a really good job. Ever bring oil and acid from the side when you're in Betilable? No. No, the big issue is the red chips. If you want to direct insert iron, copper wire, and share the iron between the two, which you really kind of do, and then you kind of get stuck with this as the most compact you can really do it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can maybe tuck the lube pipe in. Maybe. I don't even know. It's so hard, honestly. I mean, I could probably pull this beacon. Or this beacon, I guess. The one that hits the blue chips only once we have 5-speed modules in here. But yeah, there's no easy way to get it tight enough. Not unless you split it into something like, you know, this. Into a more vertical pattern or something weird like that. Silver's engines look cleaner? Maybe a bit. You had the same idea with the GC on steel on the inside. And I'd have to redo the belts. Because, like... I'd have to completely redo the belts. I'd have to redo this section as well. It's not as simple as just, like, take this and put it in. Because I would have to have the GC and steel, like, here. So then the battery one would have to go to the outside, and then this one would have to go back to the inside, and yeah, I don't know if I want to redo all the belts. Especially because it doesn't seem to be a UPS difference. Like, it's exactly the same, right? It's just arranged differently. Like, we both have pipe and gears going into the engines. And then we have our engines directed starting into the electric engines. And then this grabs from the belt. The double grab from this one corner is kind of cute. I'll give him that. But yeah, I don't know if I can be bothered. There's no UPS difference. There's literally zero UPS difference. Would one implant be enough? You would need a lot of beacons. You need a lot. Like, this is barely enough at 20. Like, if you surround one with beacons, then it's, you know... Like, I'm not even sure you can even get it to 40. Okay, you can. But you would need a lot. And, like, good luck trying to do direct insert. That's the real problem. Just getting enough beacons isn't that hard. Getting enough beacons and doing direct insert, that's when it gets hard. Because the G chips need a lot of beacons too. Isn't it the same as you have? What, for the gears? Yours is pretty similar to mine, yeah. Yeah, yours is pretty damn close. Engine into electric engine. Gear and pipe. Well, I guess you have a slightly different order there, but yeah, it's pretty damn close. Yeah, GC and steel coming on the outside. Yeah. Yeah, your and my, this section, are very similar. I mean, batteries, there's only so many ways to do it. Maybe I should have done my LDS more like you did. But yeah, here, for those of you who want to look at them and maybe work on stuff, here, I'll link the entire book. Everyone's a blueprint. And knock yourselves out. Does using beacons change the amount of raw material? No, only prod modules affect the ratios. A 7x7, that did everything. Yeah, if only. Here, let me see if I can take Andy's idea for the plastic and okay, well the LDS has to be on the outside. The plastic can be on any side of the belt, though. How do you do your liquid? Oh, you did it out the far side and not in between. I might have to do it like that. Because these need to be on the outsides of these belts. Yeah, they kind of have to, because this is going to side load no matter what. I can't change that easily. That puts it on the wrong side of the belt. I think that's exactly why we don't have engines in a foundry. Could you imagine just molten iron in, engine out? I think that would be a little too easy. And that's coming from someone who loves their liquid pipes. That's coming from someone who says, you know, give me foundry recipes for everything. But even I have to admit, I think that would be a little too easy. Go Vader. Happy something? Yeah, something. But they are? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, thematically, it would make sense, yeah. But, yeah. It would be the most complicated item you could make just from straight liquid. I mean, at least LDS still requires plastic. But it would definitely be the most advanced item you can make in one step from just basic ingredients. One above, one below. It's not a bad idea. Let me just remove it all. Okay, so the iron's going down to the left, and the copper needs to go down to the right. That part can't change. There's nowhere else it can run. Kinda. Actually can span that. I don't see how I get this to this. Like, I can do that. That gets fucked over here. Unless... I can't span that. Yeah, I can't fucking... Yeah. That's the part I can't span. What is my plan? Oh, we're just trying to neaten up yellow science right now. We have a pretty solid build, just trying to make it a little cuter. H flip the LDS. I'll put the iron there. Oh wait, that might be a bad idea. Hold on. Oh yeah, that actually works, I think. And then copper would go here. And iron here. Eh? I think that works. Something's wrong. Oh no, I missed the iron EU. Yeah, that's easy to fix, though. You know what's kind of got me thinking of sticking with this, though? If I do it like this, with the plastic plant sticking out at the end, I don't need to use splitters. I don't need to use splitters. I can just have the coal belt running right here. And just keep direct inserting it over and over. So I think there's actually an advantage to having the plastic sticking out. Also count on the latest? Yeah, I guess I could run it in here. I guess that's true. I could run it on the interior. Prod and plastic plant? It's there. Oh, you mean remove the prod, yeah. Yeah. The fucking pipes in here, though. Holy shit. Well, I kind of like the idea. I mean, now that you pointed it out, I kind of like the idea of just running it right in here, right? Just, well, I mean, not going over that, though, you know. Just running it here. And that keeps it out of the way of all the pipes as well, which is nice. Around the outside into a U-belt? What? Like this? Yeah, I guess we could. The UG barely reaches? What, when I tile it? I mean, barely is barely. As long as it reaches, it reaches. Yeah, a barely reach, it still counts as a reach. I'll put both versions in. I'll put both versions in. The red chips still block it, though. It's the red chips that block it from being tileable. Right? You see where the reds... The pipes are a relatively easy thing to deal with regarding tileability. It's the red chips that Yeah. Kind of torpedo that idea. Yeah, if you want tileable, you have to do this. What Andy did. You have to make some kind of compromise with the iron plates. You have to compromise something in order to get them all close to each other. Because like I'm just gonna start calling this the blue diamond. Like we use this design pattern so much, and I've seen so many other people use it too. It's kind of like, you know, in the inevitable result of trying to direct insert as much as you can for blue chips. But yeah, the whole blue diamond of the copper wire double direct insert, and the green and the red, and then both direct insert. That's a very rigid pattern when it comes to this kind of late game blue chip design. That's very hard to alter in any meaningful way. Just the second you decide you're trying to do some direct insert shit with blue chips, you kind of get forced into doing that. I'm just glad we did manage to fit all the pipes in. I thought I'd have to make some major design compromises to fit all the pipes in. Alright, give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. And then we'll design a quick red and green for novice. That won't take very long. Yeah, the pipes are indeed a pain. If iron plates moved below GC, that would cut too many beacons from the blue chips, I think. Yeah, I think it would probably cut too many beacons. If you put this here. I don't know. One of you can go play with that if you want. I just linked all the blueprint books, so they're all there for you to play with. Alright. Last two sciences we don't have a new blade for. Well, kind of. I want to redo gray at some point as well. But, yeah, last two. And we want Directimus, Maximus, Insertimus. Also with Beaconus Maximus. You're giving me ideas? I did it again. I'm single-handedly ruining Andy's life. So something like that. Give or take. Like that. How am I doing these pipes? Iron on one, copper on the other. This is not as clean as I was thinking it was going to be. Have I give up on postpone it? We've postponed the novice ones. We will be dealing with quality science for off-world planet stuff. We've talked about it a bit. We talk about it a bit every day. But after the purple and blue legendary experiments kind of both fell through, yeah, we decided to just do normal quality for the novice sciences, at least for now. Because right now I just need to ramp up my Megabase. You know, we need to get up to like 4+ million SPM and just have things actually going at that rate. And then once it's actually running, we can maybe play with a little more quality stuff. But yeah, right now we just need to ramp. If I come up with anything, give you a ping. Okay. So I'm gonna have to do it in pairs, aren't I? I can't do an underground there, though. You don't use red inserters in late game? Ever. Unless you absolutely have no other choice. I think the only places in my late game blueprints I use red inserters right now are on the Aquilo Hex reactor, because there was just no way to handle the fusion stuff in the interior while still having a heating tower, which you have to have without red inserters there. And it's there, and I think on the Quant Blade. Where are you? You're under a kilo. Wait, no, where the fuck are you? Oh, circuits, yeah. Yeah, I was red inserting the rocket parts because there was just no other way to fit it in. Unless I guess I went from the outside. Oh, those are the only two places I use them. But red inserters have half the swing time, so they stay active for twice as long, and their hand stack size is limited to 4, which is a quarter of what this can do. So they take twice as long to swing, and they move only a quarter as much material, which means to move the same amount of material as a legendary stack, it takes 8 times the UPS. It's like red inserters are good early game inserters. They're really strong in the early game, but in the late game they kind of, you know, not so much. I think I have to go to the outside. Yeah. Yeah, that's how we do it. Oh, there we go. That should be it. Red science is done. Just had to create a basic tileable pattern, and we're done. I just prodded. I got it. I got it. Could have the vertical pipe by the SI assembler. Oh, I want to just putting it on the outside. How many do we need? 22.5? 6? Oh, so that's yeah. As it's already ratioed. We gotta do the Andy thingy. There we go. Like that. Oh, this one's a little more complicated. Eee! This one's indeed a little more complicated. Need to do it on the top side. There we go. But it does have symmetry. It's just diagonal symmetry, okay? Did you call it life sci? Blood science. But yeah, I can do that. Alright, anything else? Are we good? Besides power poles. Yeah, it seems solid to me. Where do I want to put the lights? Probably just on the very bottom. Let's do this one too. Where do I want your lights? Where's a nice little symmetrical? Probably this column is not too bad, maybe. Eh? Rip it up. All because of the lights. You joke, but I've actually done that before. What did you miss? Nothing. Just we're joking about the lights. Yes, legendary lights should have bigger area. I actually thought they did when Space Age launched, but I was mistaken. Okay, next. And this one's a little bit more complicated. So you're direct insert. We can direct insert the belt pretty easily. But the other shit, we can't do inserters in here. But we gotta do copper wire. Inserters can only be done in assemblers. And then we're also gonna need iron plate. And an EMP. Doing GCs. I think we do it kind of like how the Vulcanist one is. You know, here I just belted both up. We DI every belt maker goes to 4 machines, potentially. It actually makes me wonder, would it be better if I did it like that? Where every machine goes to 4 instead of 2? Dude, why is modern garbage shit so fucking weird? Like, I swear to God, like, you play, like, modern garbage songs to people that don't know it's garbage, they won't recognize it. Like, how many of you recognize this as garbage? You know, yeah, that garbage. The Temptation Waits garbage. I can't put a beacon in the middle. What if I gap it? The red bill doesn't look right? It's right. I mean, it's saturating the belt. Still wondering what this weird playlist is? It's Pandora Radio today, which is why it's doing, like, a bit weirder stuff. If it's one of my playlists, then, you know, it's fully curated. Every song is something that I picked. But on the days we do the radio stations, then it gets a little wilder. But that's why I was saying, like, the new garbage shit is weird, because I haven't heard this song before. But this is garbage. This is the same band that did this song, which you all will definitely recognize. This is, I think, their best song. Same band, same singer. Same singer. Just a couple decades later. These pipes are gonna be hell. Isn't it more UPS to drop on a normal belt to underground? I don't think there's any difference regarding that. Well, it's going to be really hard to do the squiggle thing at the end. It's close to the same amount. I mean, it doesn't make a difference for ratioing. Because we still have to do 6. 22.5 to 21. I mean, I guess the last one I can lower the beacons a bit. And give myself a bit of extra space. You're not going to like the pipe. I know. I know. There's not even any options. Yeah, but like, it needs to be above 20. Otherwise, I'll need more assemblers to get the same thing. Like, this, in theory, should effectively be the same UPS as this. Right? It's just nice and more compact. But if this goes below 20, then I need 7 per side and not 6. And then it's definitely worse UPS-wise. I did have one more idea. Hold on, though. Wait. Wait. How many is that? Oh, it's over 21. Oh. 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 I mean, it's longer, but it's less foundries and the same amount of assemblers. Did we cook? Piping should be easy now. Yo, I think that actually cooked. Yeah, it's 21.1. Easy peasy, pipey squeezy. Got some clean pipes now. Seven beacons versus 8. So they work very slightly slower, but it's still the same number of machines, right? 6 in here per side. 6 in here. It's a little longer, but it's thinner. Yeah, it's a bit longer, but it's thinner. And more importantly, we went from 12 foundries to 7. Yeah, 7. I don't know. That feels like a straight improvement to me, if you ask me. That's the exact same you designed for Will 5 months ago? Which one? This one or one of the other ones? The latest one? Well, yeah. What can I say? It seems like a solid design. Offset the beacons by 1 should get the assemblers 1 more beacon. What do you mean by offsetting by 1? On the outside? I like the middle one, less empty space. This one? This one didn't work. There was no room for pipes. Yeah, this one didn't work. There's no room for pipes. Yeah, that one's toast. It's just these two. Winning? I mean, I'd say so. I'm very happy with the yellow blade we came up with. Red blade seems to be about as good as can literally possibly be made. How many assemblers? 12. 6 on each side. For the middle design, I already deleted that. The thing with the middle is if I remove these beacons, we're down to 19.6. That means I need another assembler. So, yeah. We want to stay to like 6. Not go up to 7 per side, I mean. Directly beneath seems to be the logical spot for the lights. Yep, that seems good to me. Oh my god, dude. Why will it not let you select the blueprint when there's nothing in it? Stoop D, fat hobbit. Moving the outer beacons in the middle up or down one. The assembler get one more beacon each? Oh. No. It's the same number. Still says 19.6. Well, without those there. I mean, those can't be there, though. So I have no room for the fucking pipes! Otherwise... This has to go like that. I guess I could have it on like every other one or something. I don't even know. Wait, that actually kind of works. Power? Power's not hard. Oh, power is kind of hard, yeah. Yeah, you'd have to use medium pulls. You'd have to use medium pulls. Actually, wait. Hold on. Wait, I screwed up. Wait, or did I? What did I do? You're all 21. You're 19. Ugh, fuck. That's what I wanted to do. Oh, but that works for power. Kinda. Might as well just do it on everyone. Ugh. I borked something. What did I bork? More machines. Definitely more machines. Well, Andy, we improved that 5-month-old design. I guess. I don't know. The one on the right does look a bit cleaner. Well, this is nice and compact. What's the beacon count difference? 49. That's like 10 less beacons. Same number of foundries, same number of assemblers. Should be the exact same number of inserters, 36. Yeah. You know, the power's a wee bit messier, but 5 power poles instead of 3, but it's more compact. Alright, what's this you're linking? I mean, this isn't like tileable though. That's the thing. Like it kind of is, I guess, but this has like 100% side beacon sharing, and so does this. Whereas this doesn't side beacon share. So what's the advantage of this then? Like what is this gain over the other ones? It's still 36 inserter, right? Yeah. 36 inserter, 58 beacon. Yeah, it's similar to this. It is fully? Oh. I need to overlap it further, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, never mind. My bad. My setup with just 4? I mean, I could probably just remove the middle one. There, now it has 4. Thanks, Thunder. Dude, we're getting too many different Red Science versions now. Especially because they're all the same UPS. Like this, and this are literally the exact same UPS. There's no difference. They're the exact same number of assemblers, foundries, and inserters. We're just rearranging deck chairs on the fucking Titanic. Yeah, these two have the lower beacon count, though. We're going to do all the clocking at the end. Like, once I have the SPM ramped up more in my Megabase, then we'll worry about clocking. But, yeah. I was going to, like, do all the clocking at once. On everything, instead of doing it, like, little by little. Maybe I should be doing it as I do each blueprint, but yeah, clocking is annoying. Yeah, something like that. I'm just going to send him the entire save file. Pretty sure he'd stab me. Well, I'll go crazy. Yeah, but we'll be doing it in the Megabase save live. So things will actually be running. So at least I'll be getting SPM. Yeah, that's always a headache, but we have to do it at some point. Is this the same minus the power poles? Is that all you changed? Beacon layout slightly. Well, yours isn't tileable then. Yeah, yours isn't tileable. It's not a straight line! It's going down! By one tile each time. Fail! Nice try, though. Now, this is where we go back to this one. I think we're good with this. I'm declaring a winner. A wrong type of combinator. I need the display combinator. Yeah, I'm declaring a winner. Compact. Low beacon count. Low entity count. Yeah, I'm declaring this one the winner. Yours will use less beacons when tiled. Which one was yours? This one? Right? It was this one? Well, let's see. 1, 3. Versus this one. 1, 2, 3. Yours is 122. 119. Actually, yeah. Yeah, if you tile heavily, that one will use less beacons. I think you're right. If we go to 6, 224. Yep, you were right. So which one do we want then? Should I just... I mean, I'll add both of them to the fucking blade book. Which one do we want to use? Thanks, Rude. I thought you already typed that, but... But this is... Some undergrounds at the top, not needed. Yeah, I can remove that one. Alright, they're both there. On both? What do you mean on both? On mine too? Oh. Let me just cut it that one, yeah. I didn't re-blueprint it. I mean, let's say it doesn't matter. What do you mean left side too? Doesn't matter if that's a straight belt or an underground. It literally doesn't make a difference. I mean, I guess we save like the tiniest bit of material. Ugh. Okay, yours is actually different enough from here than mine that I'm gonna take my name off it. That's just yours. Okay, we got two red versions now. These two are the winners. This for the absolute minimal, and this for less beacons while tiling, but more initially. Other than that, they're fucking identical. You know, aside from size, that is. Have I ever done 1000x? No, I haven't done 1000x yet. I think if I did do 1000x run, we'd do it as a multiplayer run. So we should probably keep the same principle going forward then. One thing at a time though. Oh, I forgot to fucking turn my... It's been on Spotify radio. I'm like, why does my Pandora seem stuck on the same song? It's been off. There's enough room to run one nice clean belt up there too as well. Right down. I'll let one of you try to see if you can get more beacons. Ernesto, you want to try to give this one the same treatment? Once I'm done with it. And you... Okay, oh, that's right. You need gears and shit. Oh, for some reason I was thinking I could just make fucking belts straight from liquid iron. No, you can't do that. I mean, do I just do it like I did the, do I just belt the belt and the yellow inserters then? Your sub ran out? Well, you can always resub. Instead of, leaning on Bandit's generosity. I am a big fan of not starving to death, you know? But yeah, I think, yeah, I don't know. I can't really DI. I can't really DI the. I can't DI the gears and the iron plate very easily. I mean, unless I don't know. What if I do something like? Well, like this? You're asking for 30 song requests. Uh-oh. Help. I'm being threatened. Is this how I actually want to do this? This is ugly as shit. I'd have to do it like that. I don't know. On this one, I'm kind of wondering if it's best to just crib from the Vulcanist blade. Oh, I have one of yours here, Ernesto. Actually, I have your green. Why are there green inserters? But yeah, I mean, I could just steal this. or part of it. Could basically do the same thing. Just belt the belt and the green insert, belt the belt and the inserters, but DI everything else. I wonder what's more UPS efficient. To belt the belt and the inserters? Or to do something like this? This is so ugly, though. There's, like, no way I can tile that. Even if I have it alternate. Yeah, yeah. I can't do the same tiling. I could maybe have, like, an alternate one where, like, it does one that just does, like, that. And then try to tile this here. Something like that. So like an alternating pattern of 1 goes to 4, 1 goes to 2, 1 goes to 4. I mean, they're the same number. And I think we need 8 exactly, so it'd be something like this. But the thing is, belting inserters is going to be a nightmare. I guess it would have to be something like this. And then this is even worse. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm leaning towards just do this, but better. Just DI everything we can to make the inserters and the belt, but then just belt the inserters and the belt. Weave it with the output belt? There's no way to weave. And we don't do belt braiding here. Belt braiding is illegal. Inserter is belted is easy? Not out here, it isn't. So I have to have the output out here too. And remember, these are being DI'd, so it's not like I can make it further apart. But yeah, like in this block specifically, how the hell do I get another belt in there? That then connects to like this? Hey, I've gotten this far without ever using anything other than green belt. Yeah, I didn't understand what you said, Prince, you'll have to make a quick mock-up. One inserter to put it on the ground. I'm going to put you in the ground. Fuck. I don't think we can do this. I think we got to do the other version. Let me get this going. I wanted to have all these 3 blades done before tonight ended, and we got the yellow and the red. Got a couple yellows and a couple reds even. So let me just figure out something rough here. And then if we have time, we can maybe come back to that. Give me max beacons. With one belt coming right up the middle. Like that. Something like that. Alright, it's playing like lots of... I'm gonna go back to my Pandora. That's still not over 20, right? Oh, it is! Oh, that's good. I thought it was still going to be under 20. Yeah, that means we can get down to 6 machines. This was only 17.6. Yeah, that means we can get to 6 machines. Fuck, I need more room. Alright, there's our 6. Inserters like this? How is that bad? I've never heard of that being bad. No, this is kind of a thin column. I might wind up making it a bit wider, I don't know. If we have to fit everything in that column, it's going to be a bit tight. And you... I think we definitely need 2 of you. Except you need to both output to the same side of the belt. So one of you there. And one like that or something. I can move it down one more. Like there. Okay, these goes up to 129 a second each. I wanted a DI. I can't DI everything, can I? Or can I? Or can I? See the inserters on the right. Speeds, yeah. So much for Vulcanist science? Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, the whole theory behind my legendary stuff was that we save enough UPS making the science that it going through the hub winds up being a net positive. Because it's just, you know, less UPS being used to make the science. But after, like, sitting down and really doing the math and everything, I'm not even sure we're saving UPS on making the science. Like, forget about the hub. So yeah. And then we're gonna move you down. Okay, the problem is it's a different fucking size machine. So I can't DI with the same buildings to both. We need to use 2 separate build sets. You're at 105. Is that how we're doing it? Oh my god. What the fuck am I doing? Share iron from left foundry? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, sort of what you were thinking. Here, let me move you up. And then do this here. Is that better? I hope that's better. That's what you had in mind? Yeah. Yeah, that seems better. Well, it does what we wanted. Maximus, Insertimus, Directimus. You're all fucking backward. And you meant this for the one that I abandoned? For this one? I guess that works. The thing is, these are still 18.8 though. That's my reservation right now in going back to this design. This is still 18.8. So I would need an extra set of green assemblers. But like, I genuinely don't know which is more UPS efficient between the two. between trying to DI everything for the belts, then DIing the belts, or just belting the belts. I mean, A-Buck's not the only one who knows how to UPS test. I can do a UPS test too. They're just annoying. Let's finish designing this one first, though. Before then we can maybe look at that. You're at 115. You don't need to be 115 though, because you double. Yeah, you double the amount. So I only need 60. Well, except there's two sides, aren't there? So it does need to be full, doesn't it? Because we're going to be draining 60 inserters per second per side. So you actually do need to be 120 then. Shit. I'm 5 inserters per second short. Beacon in the middle? Can I fit one? I don't think there's enough room. There's only 2 squares there. And I need 2 inserters out on each. It's just barely not enough room. Let me think. I could do something really whack. Like, change you to be here. And then you make plenty. So I could potentially even move this. Oh, that's not going to line up. It would have to be like that. Onto that. And then This is cursed as fuck. Thanks, aggro. I mean, it's cursed as fuck, but it might just work. I'll check yours in a second, Ernesto. Oh, you're not even getting hit by a beacon. What did I screw up? Oh fuck, you need iron plates. Ah! I missed iron plates. For you. Yeah, I had it here, and then I screwed it up when I refactored. Don't judge you too hard. I won't judge as hard as I fucking like. Oh, this was your previous screen? Yeah, that's the one I have a copy of. Yeah, you linked me that one before. That one's already in the book, I think. Yeah, you're the only person who has an entry other than me right now. I want more beacons than this, though. And just, like, less belting. Oh, that's the thing, like, it's really hard to tell whether it's more UPS efficient to belt, like, the GCs and shit, or to just belt the inserters alone. Like, right now I'm kind of leaning towards just belting the inserters alone. All design. Inserter machine not fast enough. Fuck, at the rate we're going, we're gonna have to finish this tomorrow. Green is proving to be slightly more complicated than anticipated. I feel like I was really close with this, though. Like, I have the iron DI'd into both. Into three things, actually. The iron goes into three things. If we're doing it off one plant, it has to go to the belt, the inserters, and you. I think I just move you to the outside, right? Yeah, why didn't I do that? Why the fuck didn't I do that? And that's the one beacon we're missing. Yeah, why the fuck didn't I do that? What's your problem? Oh, and you. Yeah, if I can consolidate those two gear makers, that would be the next step. And I think I can. I think I see a way to do it, actually. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, forget this shit. This is a wild goose chase. just make sure our numbers are roughly correct. Honestly, I could get 2 green belts out of here, couldn't I? If it's actually a fully saturated belt of, I know, what am I thinking? No. No, not without a double belt in the middle. I need to, no, I already did that thing. Wait, what are you short on then? You're not getting enough inserters? You're missing an ingredient, iron plate. Uh-oh. How much iron do you need? So the GC's keeping up. Fuck, I need like a double insert of like everything. Like, I need a double insert of all 3. So that's easy to double. That's easy to double. You need to go to like here. And then you need to move down by 1. So that shouldn't be too hard. There we go. How are we ever getting any gaps? Is it just too tight? I think it'll be fine over time. It's just very tight. Because it's exactly 6 machines per side. Still kind of short on inserters, though. Yeah, it looks like it's fine over time. Just needed some time. Yeah, I know. That's because the input belt is like super. I think it's okay though. Like any kind of micro stoppage would immediately lead to a big backup, and then it would be fine. I think it would be fine over time. I think it's actually fine over time. Just as a little bit of a warm-up period. And as I say that, it fucking puts a gap again. You little bitch. Well. I mean, there's no easy way to fix it. The thing is, with the red one, even though it was exactly 6 machines, each machine was outputting slightly more than 20 per second because it was fed, you know, fully. These are like being fed at exactly 10 per second, basically, of each belt and inserter. So they're going to output exactly 20 per second. I think it's still probably fine, though. Well, that's what this is supposed to be there for. I mean, I could do a second squiggle. It adds another pair of inserters, though. Yeah, I could do this squiggle up here as well, while keeping these. But I don't know. I'm honestly tempted to just say it's fine. I think it's good. I mean, look how long it's been running without an issue. Yeah, we designed yellow earlier today. Pretty happy with how it came out, actually. I think the novice yellow build is solid. Alright, so I think that's good. I had one more idea to shrink it a bit more, though. Which was to get you shared. So we're going to remove you. Change your output to here. Okay, so the problem is I can't shift you over because that beacon is non-negotiable. However, if I move you down by 1, then you can go here. And then your extra beacon can go here? To get you to the 124? I think that'll work. And none of the other numbers matter except for the one on you. So as long as you're, yeah, 124. Then it should be good. And I forgot you. Dude, we got some inserter donuts here. Holy shit. We may have hit peak direct insert. I don't think we can get any higher than this. Finally caught live stream. Not for much longer, unfortunately. Yeah, we're toward the end right now. I got a bit of a late start today. Compress the height around the assemblers or the yeah, I could do it in the greens a bit. What SP am I aiming for? On this, just a fully stacked belt. Just trying to create a blade that just outputs a fully stacked belt of green. It's actually the last one we have to do. We've done purple, we did yellow, we did red. My old gray design wasn't that bad. Gray is kind of hard to do full DI on, but I'll probably deal with it at some point. And then blue, I guess, but... maybe could set up something where we DI the engines. Yeah, blue and gray could probably be improved a bit more. I mean, this seems decent for green, though. Yeah, the piping's going to be a little awkward. I noticed that, yeah. It's going to have to be like this. It's not too bad, though. Much better. It'll equal out over time, though. Underground more UPS efficient? Pretty sure there's no difference. The entire pipeline is just treated as one solid entity in space age. It's basically treated the same as a tank. It's also why tanks in space age are kind of like useless now, unless you need to read a signal, or you're dealing with a very short pipe length, because the functionality is effectively the same. Like, essentially, a pipe has, what, 100 fluid per segment? A 250 length pipe and a tank are identical in terms of how they function. You meant total for the Megabase? We will see. My original goal was at least 4 million, but that was admittedly like a low-end goal. Like, I was being really conservative. Based on what we know now, I think we should be able to get at least above 5, 6. Like, with clocking and all the bells and whistles. I don't know. Apparently the UPS improving mods help quite a bit. Like the no particle effects and shit like that. Because like Rajaf had like something like a 7 million fucking SPM base that he was running at 60 UPS on a PC, way worse than mine. Way worse. So the mods apparently affect a lot. I mean ESPM. I don't really bother calculating like regular SPM numbers anymore. But like, yeah, we'll see. We will see based on how things wind up. But it's like 4 stacked belts per million roughly. So yeah, I mean, the answer is a lot, I guess. It's like something like 24 to 36 stacked belts equivalents. Something like that. We shall see. It's why like I'm just redesigning all the old blades. Well, I mean these are new ones because the old ones I had were Vulcanus. But it's why, like, you know, in all the new designs, I'm trying to, like, just fully min-max direct insert and shit as much as possible. Like we did here. Never mind. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't... Like, I'm just gonna go until my PC can't take it anymore. Like, I'll just keep adding stuff. But I guess if we're shooting for, like, what, 6 million, then it'll be, it would be, what, 6 times 4 belts each? So, yeah, that would be 24 belts. So 24 times 240. $345,000 pots per second. I guess if you wanted to put a number. Basically shooting for at least 3 times the previous base, but as I said, we'll see. There's still a lot of UPS optimization to go. Sure, green? Okay, I can add it. But yeah, that's pretty similar to what I have here. You went with 2 irons, though, yeah. And a separate copper wire. I think this is worse than just doing copper wire from Molten. Like, doing it like this uses less wire. But I think it's worse UPS-wise. Like, I had 2 versions of my green science because of that. Oh, you have the wrong color. Yeah, I had 2 versions of this. One which had plate and a wire, and one that was just wire. No, I stream from the same PC. I do have my older PC still around, which I guess I could set up as a streaming PC. I was originally thinking about that when I first built this PC. Was setting up a second PC as my old PC as my streaming PC, but I don't even know, like, I haven't even begun to look into that, man. As far as what would be required. No, he doesn't sleep. No, he's lying. He doesn't sleep. You do the squiggle on every. It should never. Yeah, the thing is, if you do the squiggle on every, you're doing more inserters though. We're trying to keep the inserter count as low as possible. But yeah, I mean, I did already mention that. Where if I do this squiggle here, if I do this up here, and keep those inserters, then it'll probably literally have no gaps. But look at it; it's already no gapped anyway. It just needs time. It just needs time. It just has gaps for a little while it warms up. And once it's been running for long enough... Yeah, you see if there's any gaps that appear, then when the top part merges, the bottom stops loading and the gaps disappear. Like, it's just super precisely ratioed. You know, it's exact. It's literally exact. It's 60 inserters, 60 belts per second in per side, and then 120 science out per side. Like, it's just super exact. That's why it has that behavior. But yeah, once it's been running for a while, it'll be fine. Yeah, even as we see gaps appear, they don't continue down here, because as soon as the upper one merges, it's gone. Yeah, it just needs to warm up. I think it's fine. I'm not going to add more inserters, so we want to keep that count as low as possible. Oh, you mean side load only up top? Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. Only side load up top. And not up bottom. But does it matter? Does it matter? I mean, look at it. I don't think it matters. It's fine. Can I even consume it at exactly 240? No, that's the thing. It won't be consuming at exactly 240 because at 32 labs per row, that's very, very slightly under ratioed. Because you do want slight back pressure. So yeah, you're right. It won't be consuming at exactly 240. It'll be a very tiny little bit under that. It might be better for UPS if the inserters back up like the belt is. Maybe. I mean, if they're fully loaded and trying to output, then they should only be reading the output source and not the input. But that's kind of hard to do here. Like, I'm already having this belt. This is already coming in fully saturated. So it's like, yeah, I can't easily have it. I mean, it's just a green science thing. It's not a problem on the other colors. And make them swing at the same time? Yeah, I mean... Yeah, hold on. You guys are spamming me with links. This is just like yours, but a bit cleaner. Oh, it's 2 belts. I mean, it's basically the same, yeah. It's the same thing, just two together. You don't need this many beacons down here. I don't think. Andy's been going ham over here too, yeah. Andy has a habit of designing something in parallel while I'm working on it. When I designed the last yellow blade, he designed his own at the same time. With the same design principles. So yeah. Of everything I've designed recently, there's an Andy version in the blueprint books as well. He's a design animal. May or may not get inspired. Hey man. As long as I inspire people, I can sleep well at night. Alright, Passavandi, what's this? It's like the same thing-ish, isn't it? So many versions of almost the same thing. I really don't want to belt the gears, though. Like, that's the one thing I'm trying to avoid at all costs is belting like these unnecessary things. And then the double chest here. I don't want to do that either. We had a long conversation about that when we were looking at the yellow blades. Because Indy got his to be beacon tileable, but he had to do that in a couple places. That was like the main difference between our two designs. Over here is where was the final? This was the final. Yeah. And this was Andy's. So his was nice and beacon tileable. Mine is not. But the downside of making it beacon tileable was there's a bit of a UPS hit. So, yeah. Because, yeah, you had to do shit like this in order to squish the whole thing enough horizontally, and yeah. That has other issues. Yeah. Yeah, the more direct insert, the better. First in the patent office? Hey, you don't have to be the first in the patent office. You just have to be the patent clerk. You just take it from Einstein. He worked in a patent office. Guess where he got all his ideas from? Just wonder if we do for the green assembler side loading. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, you mean so there's a buffer on every single one. Ah, yeah. Yeah, okay, I understand what you meant now. I mean, do we know if if lots of side loading is bad for UPS versus just direct inserting? Has anyone done any testing to see if mass side loading has an impact versus just direct inserting? I don't think anyone's tested that yet. Yeah, I mean, belts are supposed to be multi-threaded. So in theory, it should be all on another core, I think. But I just don't fucking know. Yeah, I would assume it's not a real difference. But I mean, either way, I still don't see the need because, you know, it's fine over time. Yellow tileable. Do you want me to replace your old one with this? I guess I can replace it. This was your old one. What did you change? You didn't change anything. This is the same one. Yeah, I already have it. It's already in the blueprint book, dude. You're already in the book. What kind of tiling? Probably he means like this. I don't know. Lightly tileable. We've advanced too much in terms of yellow design, though, at this point. Like, the direct insert that I got done on mine, I think is going to be very hard to beat. Like, I think I kind of hit peak direct insert here. I think it's hard to design it with more direct insert than this. Very hard, I would say. Size matters? No, it doesn't. What? What is this? Oh my god, I'm being spammed with fucking builds, man. Ah! Yet another green. What's the advantage of this one, though? Am I doing trains to lab? I have 0 trains in my Megabase right now. Not even one. The only rail I've built has been for purple science. But no, right now, we have some pretty beefy lab designs that we're going to try deploying. I do actually kind of see a bit of the merit of trains to lab. Because you can, I mean, it's just a question of cycling the trains fast enough at that point. But I don't know. Right now, I designed this like a week ago. And then based on that, and because I needled him a little bit, Vader managed to come up with one that should be slightly better UPS-wise. So we're probably going to be switching to this within the next couple days. I'd say next couple, because hopefully tomorrow, but it might take a while. Because redoing lab setups is a fucking nightmare. Also, I just realized he only has 4 belts coming out of the top here. That might not be enough. Yeah, that might not be enough. Or the amount of calcite we're going to need on Novice. Yeah, this is pretty similar. I still think the one I have over here is better, though. Because I only use one iron. Right? Like, it's just one and that's it. Right? Is that mine? No, mine's over here. Yeah, this one's mine. What's the green build I made? Mine is this one. And then everybody's been linking me their variants, and I kind of lost track of whose is whose because I didn't label them as they were being put down. So I don't remember who linked me this one. Or this was the same as mine, yeah. Yeah, this is literally the same as mine, just mirrored. And slightly cleaned up a bit, I guess. Give or take. I think this was... Yeah, okay, this is... Fuck. I should add another beacon for the iron plate. It helps with the ramp up? Okay. Just put it there. So builds will be near labs and belted in? Yep. Yeah, it's going to be one big blob. We've been designing massive hub layouts here. But yeah, it's going to be one big thing. This is 4 million SPM if everything is off-world, and 8 million if only the novice stuff is on novice and everything else is off-world. So same thing with these. All these are the same. Like, our entire little community has been submitting their hub designs. But they're all 192 belt designs. Getting calcite shipped or platform? Shipped, of course. Andy's stream win. Yeah, get inspired already. I can't even tell what changed. Okay, it's like just tiny little beacon moving around. Trains listen loud, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm just belting things across the map right now. They literally just belt across the map. Just make sure the belt is compressed and you're good. Trains are good enough for calcite? I'm not even belting calcite or training calcite though. Like, I mean, granted, my novice is not that sprawling yet, and it might not ever be. But yeah, it's like I'm literally just belting calcite, like, from the hub, way down here, coming out the top, and then going, you know, I have a calcite and bioflux, that splits off. Some bioflux goes here, the rest of the bioflux goes all the way out here to the silo complex. And the calcite is literally just getting belted straight up to where this shit is. So yeah, I don't know. I thought I was gonna maybe train rocket parts on Vulcanus, but I have a better plan for that now. Just gonna make little standalone things that make all the rocket parts. For now, I'm just botting it in though, because it's not far. But I need to design something using the blue diamond. And some other direct insert to just make rocket parts. Because I already have all the material up here. Like, I've got copper, iron, acid, coal, calcite. They're all already here. Just make a little build here that just makes rocket parts only. And then belt them in, I guess. All my shit's set up for botted rocket parts right now, though, so I'm gonna have to, like, reconfigure a bit. On these, it'll go on the outside, though, so it's not gonna be that hard. But yeah, that's another thing we need to do at some point. Reconfigure every blade for belted rocket parts. But one thing at a time. But I'm literally just like belting it in coal. I don't think I have any super long belts yet. That's like probably the longest ones. The coal there, and then the bioflux and the calcite. And Fulgora is just islands now. That's all of Fulgora. There's nothing down here anymore. That's where the starter was. Yeah, I'm on pure default, which I kind of regret, by the way. I should mention that. This is the last time I do a Megabase on default settings. Mainly because of the fucking stone. You know, you see the shit going on here? There's this tiny fucking stone patch. And I'm doing this degenerate shit to it. I mean, it's gonna run out even with high mining prod. I mean, they'll have to get stone from, like, way out here, but yeah. Next Megabase I do, I'm juicing the settings so that I don't have to belt so far. At least juicing the stone. Honestly, you could leave everything else on default. Just fucking juice the stone. Even coal could stay on default. Look how many coal patches I have. Like, there's even one underneath the labs. And then there's, like, two more here, another one here. But stone, it's like this tiny thing here. This was the starting stone. This is already getting pretty low. And then it's like, I had some good stone up here. But that's where I decided to do purple. And I still had to do this. Because I couldn't fit enough miners otherwise. So yeah, we're losing a bit by doing that. Instead of just having drills only. But yeah, I mean, default settings, man. What can you do? Full default settings. This base is crazy. This is nothing compared to how it's gonna wind up. To coke the belt thread so hard it slows down the main thread? What do you even mean? Only setting need to be changed to stone is pretty sad. Yeah, I mean, that's why I was like bitching about it the other day. Because of this. We literally make more stone than anything else. Like, anywhere. Like, science is higher, but science doesn't count, because that's you know, everything else added together. But literally, stone is number one. Like, it's like fucking Game of Stones at this point. It's ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. Like, the green chips, and this is understandable because this is used in so many things. Like, iron plate is used in a ton of things. Green chips are used in a ton of things. But stone is like just fucking wall and, you know, the purple side stuff. Wall for the gray and the purple, and we need that much. It's actually obscene. It's actually obscene. How do you get the belt thread slower than the main one? What do you even need to do? First mid-game base version choked the belt thread so hard it slowed the main thread to 40 UPS. See, this is something where they need to fix the time usage shit. They need to fix this to show multi-threads. Like, the belt thread, there needs to be, like, show fucking time usage by thread or something like that. They need to update that badly. I don't know if they ever will. But yeah. The stone, man. The fucking stone. Cheating a stone patch? No, we don't do that here. A build in your dreams of a mid-game base? What do you mean? What, like what I have here? We're getting beeped at. It's nothing. I had so much shit to math. I mean, a lot of the calculations are relatively simple. Most of them are relatively simple. There's just a lot of them. That's the thing with Factorio. It's like, for a modern processor, each individual calculation is like nothing. There's just like hundreds of thousands of them. That's what adds up. Had so much belt in one segment. So when you say one segment, you just had like one really, really, really long belt? Is that how you choke it? Or like a lot of belts in one area or something? Like Andy said. 3K tiles long, 12 wide. Oh, okay. With 5 to 6K interacting. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that'll do it. Splitters don't divide belt segments anymore. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought they still did. I've still been avoiding splitters when I can. Yeah, I've still been avoiding splitters whenever possible. But yeah, like the next couple of days are going to be fun because we get to tear down the old labs. Well, not all the labs, but we get to tear down the old hub. And then re-implement implement the new hub design. And then we get to double the SPM. It's probably going to take a full day just to do the lab stuff, at least, I imagine. Just tearing down the shit takes forever because there's so many items. The last time I had to do anything regarding moving this shit in my last Megabase last year, it took me 2 hours to do it. I did it off stream, and it took me 2 hours to get everything moved to where I wanted it. It was ridiculous. There's still so much to do, though. Build a new corner and then decon existing? Doesn't really matter which order I do it in. I mean, I'll try to run the science down before I decon, right? Like, we'll switch it to research prod, and we'll cut the inputs to try to drain it as much as possible. The lab section doesn't need to be drained, though. Well, kind of. I mean, I need to... We're having yellow and red and green now come in from the sides instead of the hub, so that part needs to be changed. But I don't need to decon the labs themselves, or most of the belt in them. But yeah, I know what to do. It's just, you know, it'll be done next week or later this week. No, I'll do it on stream. Everything I'm doing in this Megabase is on stream. I want there to be a record of, you know, literally everything. Except for when I forget to start the YouTube fucking thing and there's no VOD record. Like today. Started at 40 minutes late. But yeah. Hey man, it's hard to remember to hit 2 buttons instead of 1, okay? I'm used to only hitting 1 button, damn it. It's been years when I only spend 1 button. Okay, whose were these? Does anyone want their shit added to the blueprint book? That was like a kind of decent one. I'm forgetting whose was whose. Yeah, literally double. I mean, hey, it's fighting like literally a decade of muscle memory, okay? This is the same width, right? Yeah, it's, yeah. Yeah, all you did was compact it, right? I don't think you changed any of the actual stuff, right? No, it looks the same. I guess we'll do it in pairs then. I'm just gonna add just 1 blueprint then. I'm not gonna add 2. We're just gonna add 1. And I'll give you credit for cleaning it up. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to, like, not have a million different copies of similar blueprints. I kind of realized we were kind of getting to the point where, you know, I'm putting in, like, my blueprint and then slight variants, and it's getting a little cluttered. So yeah, we'll just do it like that. My original stuff with your cleanup, and then just 1 blueprint. And that'll avoid us having 500,000 different blueprints that are all damn near identical. Alright. Anyone else have their design they feel wants to be added? I'm not adding anything that fucking belts gears or anything like that. This one was someone else's. Ernesto, was this yours? Okay, this is Ernesto's. All right. And that can also go in. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm replacing your old one then. Yeah, I'm replacing your old one. This one has a shit beacon count anyway. Yeah. Upgrade. Alright, that's it, right? Was this one okay? This one's okay too, isn't it? I don't see any really bad direct insert. Whose was this? Was this Comrades? It's not tileable? True, actually. True. It is. I'll still add it, though. Unless it's the same as the one I already have of yours. Oh, it's already in there, yeah. And this was the whack one. Who did this one? I don't know if we include this one. Need to, like, UPS test this. To see if it would actually be better. I can't see it being better, though. Having, like, 1, 2... I mean, you're still belting the inserters. Yeah, you're still belting the inserters. Like, even though you've got the DI from here to here, you're still belting the inserters, but now you've got a ton more entities. I don't know. You did that one, too? Yeah, I'm only going to include the better one. I'm trying to, like, just... I'm trying to just cut it down, include the best. I might be trimming some of the other ones from the other books as well. You know, I'm cool with having some variance, but we gotta include like the best of the best here. Yeah. All right, we're good then. We're good then. Yeah, that's it. Green, blue, and or green, yellow, and red all done. I'll re-upload the book again since we've done a lot of work. We're at 1.7 million. I originally had the hubs in this book. I had to remove them because it was over 2 million with the hubs. It's today the 24th, 26th. Alright, so if you want to go look at those yourself, maybe see if you can improve them a bit, or just use them in your own Megabase, they're all there. Did Hobbit change his mic or tinker with the EQ? No, I didn't change anything. Sounds younger? I feel like I sound different depending on my mood, honestly. I don't know if you guys notice it, but like I feel like my voice sounds different depending on how tired I am. And like, you know, how energetic I am that night. Well, I don't know. I feel pretty normal tonight. I'm not like tired. I'm not like super like, you know, hyper. I'm just normal. I could compact the beacons a bit. Yeah, maybe. We can work on that a bit tomorrow. But it's 5 a.m. and I like to set, like, you know, I've been trying to end by, like, you know, between 4 and 5 a.m. 5 at the latest. So we'll pick it up tomorrow. So trying to figure out what's normal, what, in terms of your voice? I feel like I sound... I also noticed one thing. I sound different whether or not I can hear my voice or not. Like, I don't know. It's like when I can actually hear my own voice, I, like, become more self-conscious of it. And when I like, have my music loud enough that I can't hear my voice, then I don't pay as much attention to it. I don't know. Basically what I'm saying is I think I sound worse when I crank my music up. What's your normal mood? Yeah. Oh. Alright, there we go. Yellow, red, and green, all done. I think this is the definitive version of green, and I think my version is the definitive version of yellow. For red, I think you can use either mine or Ernesto's. I think Ernesto's might actually be better, honestly. Because it's a better beacon tile ability. Yeah. It's more beacons for the initial column, but it tiles the beacons tile way better. So yeah, for those of you looking to incorporate it, just keep that in mind. I did make a note in the blueprint, I believe. Yeah, I did. Yeah, it uses less beacons when tiled. Oh. The yellow blade, though, that really came out well, didn't it? When we get this one clocked, when A-Bug does his yellow science competitions, I'm definitely submitting this. I think it'll be a strong contender. I don't see how you get more direct insert than what I did. I honestly don't. Like, I think we actually hit peak direct insert on that. I think it's super efficient, yeah. I think the yellow is really good. It's not tileable, though. That's what we lost. That's what had to be sacrificed. Yeah, it has to go like that. Yeah, it doesn't... There's no way, though. There's no way. If you want the tileable version, use Andy's, which is also should be in the blueprint book. Yeah, this is the correct one, right? Yeah, I'll even make a note. And I'll put Andy's second. We're inventing new words now. Tileability. Start talking a bit about political stuff? Yeah, we talked a little bit earlier. I already had to time somebody out. Yeah, we briefly discussed some stuff earlier. But we're probably going to wind up discussing a lot more this weekend. If shit's going down in Iran like I think it's going to. What's better, tileable? Tileable for 90% efficiency or 100% efficiency and no tileable? Tileability doesn't matter for UPS. Like, more beacons means... Having less beacons means less power usage, which is a bit less, UPS used in generating power, I guess. But having just more direct insert is always going to be better, because Fusion is very efficient, and Legendary beacons don't actually use that much power. So yeah, I think I'm going to be deploying this one. Tileables for aesthetics? Yeah. I mean, it's for aesthetics and for less material cost. If you're sharing beacons, it means you can put them down earlier in a run, right? Like right now in our run, we're at the point where all the materials are infinite. But, we're talking about the phase when you're just getting legendary stuff. Stuff is a lot tighter at that point. Indignation stutter? I don't fucking stutter that much. God damn it. How bad is it for UPS to have widespread robotic ports, power lines, and block style? Additional roboports I don't think affect UPS. They only get affected when robots are looking for a spot to charge. So having mass roboports isn't going to affect your UPS, but bots do. Active bots will affect your UPS. So you want to spam roboports in the areas where bots are heavily used, so that they have a short distance to travel. You can see that in our hub designs very clearly. If you look at anyone's hub design, there's always shitloads of roboports around the hub area. Finally caught me streaming while I'm awake. Well, I'm literally about to end the stream, so you'll have to check the VODs. You're watching my VODs. If you've caught the beacons around my GC EM plant on my purple science are out of range. Oh. Yeah, I could remove some, yeah. I want to update the purple to include the plastic, so I'll just make a note to do those two things tomorrow. Where's my notes? Purple Psi, integrate plastic, remove extra beacons above GC. But no, I hadn't caught that yet. But yeah, these can be removed, yeah. You were right. And then we can bring the whole thing down. Well, kind of. Not really. May I be political? You do not enable biters? I mean, that's your choice. Am I doing LDS shuffle for legs? Yeah, I'm doing it on Vulcanus. You've been messing with the Dragonfly hub? Nice, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I really like how it looks, but unfortunately, Vader's hub looks like it's going to be slightly more efficient than mine. So, yeah. I'm going to be switching to this one. I don't know. I need to, fix his top belts. He only has 4 fucking belts coming out the top. And that's a problem. Because I don't think that's enough. Yeah, he's only got 4 inserters pulling Bioflux and Calcite out. And I don't think that's enough. So I don't know. We'll worry about that tomorrow. Maybe I'll just dragonfly for a little longer. I don't know. Oh, there he is. Do a mix output. And or use bots. I mean, I'd really rather have that stuff all belted. Which would mean moving moving these two somewhere else. This thing is so fucking belt spaghetti, though. But I guess, like, remove one of these robo parts. And then just put chess. Like here or something. I don't know. We'll figure something out. I don't even want to think about that right now. You never get triggered about politics? Some people do. Some people do. I've made that, you know, I've tried to make that very clear that we do discuss things on this channel. And, you know, I welcome discussions from all perspectives, but you need to be respectful of, you know, both other people in the channel and of me. And if you can't, you know, if you can't be respectful and calm, then you simply won't be participating in those discussions. But yeah, making like random disrespectful remarks will get you timed out, as a few people have found out over the past couple months. You will get timed out and you will be warned. You dislike the politics? Yeah, I know, like, I know not everyone's here for that, but the thing is with me is it's something I know a lot about. It's something I know a lot about. I'm not like your average random, you know, person who just like randomly decided to start talking about this shit. It's something I spend a lot of time reading about. I spend a lot of time researching. It's probably the thing I spend the most time on other than Factorio. So I am like significantly better informed than most people, and I feel like I sort of am doing a bit of a disservice by, you know, staying quiet about things, you know. Because I can bring so much more to the table. Like, it's something, yeah. It's something I put a lot of effort into. Not because I like it. I don't like politics. I fucking hate politics. I just hate being lied to more than I hate politics. Like, that's it. That's really the core of it. I hate being lied to more than I hate politics. Most people hate politics more than they hate being lied to. But I just can't stand being lied to. And yeah, again, what Comrade said, even if you're not interested in politics, guess what? Politics is interested in you. You know, how much you pay for healthcare, how much you're getting paid at your job, how much your rent costs, how much your property taxes cost, how much your house costs, you know, how much your fucking groceries cost, whether or not you have public transportation, you know, whether or not you have clean drinking water, clean air, how much your electricity bill costs, all that, everything is fucking political, whether you like it or not. So tariffs instead of income tax, is it even viable? No, it's replacing income tax with tariffs is never viable, because it means you're entirely dependent on imports to generate money for, you know, street repairs and shit. But yeah, I mean, especially over the past couple of years, like things are coming to a head. You know, it's becoming harder and harder to stick your head in the sand, right? Like no matter where you live, there's no denying that over the past like decade or two, you know, things have not just been getting worse, but they're accelerating at the rate things are getting worse. You know, this didn't start in the past 4 years. It didn't even start in the past 10. It's been going on a lot longer than that. But the contradictions are sharpening, you know, and it's going to keep accelerating. It's going to keep getting worse. And I think it's important that we stay aware of why things are happening and what is most likely going to be happening in the future. Because that's ultimately what it's all about, is understanding history and political theory is about studying the past so that you know what will happen in the future. Because at the end of the day, a lot of things are just repeating over and over. Am I more aligned with the Hassan or Destiny? I'm definitely more on the Hassan side, but I'm not the same as Hassan. No. There's quite a bit of difference between me and Hassan. But no, I'm definitely more to the left, for sure. That's without denying it. The problem is they did a very good job to make us not like politics. Exactly. That's the other thing about it. It's like they want you to not think about politics. They want you to just keep your fucking head down. Be a good little hamster. Spin your hamster wheel. Spin it faster. Make them more money. You know, get angry at other hamsters that aren't spinning the wheel as fast as you are. Get jealous of other hamsters that are spinning it faster. That's supposed to be your existence. A stupid fucking little hamster on a stupid fucking wheel, never looking at anything but the wheel. They want that. They want that. That is, you know, that is them winning. As soon as you've checked out entirely, like they've won, they've beaten you, you've lost. As an individual, you have thrown in the towel and admitted defeat. So it's either left or right. There is no middle. There never has been a middle of any kind. The closest you get to any kind of middle anything is anarchism. And anarchism is, you know, an intellectual and political dead end. So, yeah. There never has been a middle of any kind. It's never existed and never will exist. The big things that happen now, their seeds planted 40 plus years ago. More than 40 years ago, actually. If you want to talk about where the seeds got planted, it was closer to 200 years ago. But yeah. It's a lot further back than most people think. Did I add lights to the green science? Oh shit, I don't think I did. We'll do it on this one. People got short attention spans, so they can't keep up. I mean, that's part of the plan, though. Like, you know, there's that really good quote from Andor. You know, the pace the pace of the atrocities committed outstrips our capability to comprehend it. You know, it's easier to hide behind a single atrocity, it's easier to hide behind like a dozen atrocities than 40, because you know there's so many things happening. It's difficult for anyone to keep up with it. Like, that is intentional. You know, people have already forgotten about, like, Venezuela and Maduro. And now we're all worrying about Iran. It's like, you can't keep up with everything, because, you know, right as you're dealing with and talking about one thing, the next thing is already... The next thing's already on deck and about to go down. Wait, I didn't put the lights up top, did I? There's not much room up there. I'll do it like here and here. Okay. Hypernormalization is strategy and few people understand it, yeah. Most are middle, you're left or right. Most aren't middle. Most, there's no middle. Okay, this is where, like, this is also why I don't like using the labels left and right very often, because, like, people in the fucking US like left wing, what is considered left wing in the U.S. is considered far right in 99% of the world. The Overton window has shifted so far to the right that, you know, basically, like, especially when it comes to talking to other Americans, using the words left and right is, like, useless because they don't understand what actual left means. They've only ever known, like, super far right and slightly less far right. So they start to think the slightly less far right means left. But no, there never really has been a middle. Like the closest thing you can get to an actual middle with actual proper definitions, you know, the classical actual definition of left versus right, as I said, would be anarchism. Like an attempt to, like, you know, say something, you know, exists between the two systems, but in reality is nothing really exists between the two systems. Which is why I said the closest you get is anarchism, and anarchism is not really a thing. Modern corporations are the government? Yeah, pretty much. The government is the corporation? No. The corporation is the government. The government is not the corporation. The corporations are the government. The corporations control the government in the West. Look up nonlinear warfare on YouTube. I'm not familiar with them, but I can take a glance, I guess. I'm not, like, lacking for sources, though. Like, that's the thing. Like, where I am right now, I'm not lacking for sources. And a lot of the time when someone there's been too many times where someone is telling me to look something up, I fucking wind up on my own time going and looking it up, really looking into it in depth, making up my mind about it, and, like, coming up with a response and an analysis, and then that person doesn't show up in chat again. Or if they do show up, they're not, like, interested in discussing it. They just, like, dodge me every time I fucking, like, bring it up. It's happened twice. It happened once when someone told me to look into this book, or this libertarian author, and I'm like, oh god, libertarianism. But I'm like, you know what? You know, as I said, I do things properly, I do things in depth, and I read, like, everything. You know, I'm not just going to just dismiss everything off its, you know, right off the surface. I was like, I'll read it, and I will come up with, you know, my, like, a logical rebuttal to it and, like, what I think the problems are with what's being said. And I wound up, like, reading all this, like, this crap, and then the guy who, like, told me to read it, you know, I saw him, like, once more in chat, and I was like, hey, I read your shit, you want to discuss it? And he just didn't even reply. And then it happened again with someone else, like, a couple months ago. They were, like, telling me to look into a YouTube channel on this creator. And I went and looked them up, and I actually, like, watched a couple of their videos, or at least parts of it. You know, made up my mind, realized the problems with that creator, and I'm like, I'm ready to, like, talk about it. And that person showed up, like, again once, and we haven't discussed it. Like, it's... So, I don't know. Like, right now, when someone tells me to, like, watch something or look into something, it's like, you better fucking be around. Because if I'm going to put in time into reading something... Yeah... They have no patience to wait. I think they're just not prepared to deal with an actual rebuttal. they're like, I just told him to go read something, and then when they find out I actually read it, they're like, oh shit. They're like, oh shit, I didn't even read it, and the streamer read it. What do I do now? so they just become really quiet. You're at the end, Melon. It's a made-up politics talk. We're not talking politics. We're talking about talking politics. We're talking about the talking about of politics. Confirm as a lowly American vassal. Your left is just another flavor of your government. Yeah, something like that. We got neo-fascists, so you're not good. Yeah, I mean, I've seen a bit of the rallies that have been going on in Italy. And I'm aware of the problems. It's not as bad as some other European countries, but it's definitely not good. It's definitely not good. Is it quality or quality? The first one. Having lobbies in here, you would have 1,000 more concerns? You mean like lobbying? I mean, lobbying is just the American name for corruption. Like, if like, another country does it, if fucking Russia does it, we call it corruption. In the U.S., we just call it lobbying. That's it. But yeah, lobbying is just legalized corruption, basically. No, lobbying is not a crime in the U.S. You just like register as a lobbyist, and then you can like, on behalf of a corporation, you can give as much money as you want. Especially after Citizens United, which basically legalized money as speech. And guess who has more money, the people or the corporations? A more precise point is, guess who has more expendable cash? Guess who has more cash to burn? Guess who has more surplus cash? Here it's a crime? Where do you live? No, lobbying is not a crime in the U.S. It's kind of the point. But yeah, I mean that's just a little bit of a meta discussion. So yeah, this started with us, briefly talking about what happened. Earlier, someone asked me if I had watched like the State of the Union, which I did while drinking. But yeah, as I said, we're probably going to be talking about it. We're probably going to be doing quite a bit of talk this weekend, because I think there's a very high chance we're going to war with Iran this weekend. So it's going to be kind of hard to avoid that conversation at that point. Yeah, it was Ernesto, yeah. But yeah, I mean, as I said, I have my own stances, and, mine are... And I have them because I do a lot of research and I do a lot of reading. And I'm not expecting everyone to share the same stance I have, right? That's never going to happen. And that's fine. You can... I welcome all kinds of viewpoints and all kinds of discussion. But as I said earlier, you do need to be able to do it respectfully, regardless of who you're talking to, and regardless of what the conversation is. Regardless of how uncomfortable it might be for you, or how much you disagree with what's being said. You need to be able to do it respectfully in order to be allowed to participate in the conversations we have on this channel. I don't have to time out people very often. I've only timed out I've only timed out 2 people actually ever for it. One was for a week and one was for a day. The day one was earlier today. But yeah, if you keep crossing the line, you'll take a little time out. That's all. But I do understand that people can get emotional about this shit. So, but at the same time, you need to make an effort to keep it respectful and civil. We're living in an uncivil world. The least we can do is keep the channel civil. It's never going to be all-out war. I don't think it's ever going to be boots on the ground, no. But I think it can. I think it has the potential to get really fucking spicy. There is no lobby like APAC in Italy? Really? Do they not exist in Italy at all? I kind of assumed they existed in every European country. They're so dominant in the US. Lobby was institutionalized by a law approved in 2022. You're going downhill. More like a missile strike? They already tried that last year, Yoba. They already tried that when they tried to strike Iran. Okay, so here's the thing with, without spending too much more time on this because I want to go to sleep. The thing with Iran's nuclear facilities is they are literally designed to withstand an American nuclear strike. They built them with like the idea that like the Americans are going to try to nuke it in mind. So it's like they're literally built under like several hundred meters, if not like kilometer, under a fucking mountain. The U.S. already tried bombing them last year. I don't know how many of you remember, but it was like summer of last year, late summer, fall. I can't remember the exact date. But the U.S. already struck Iran last year under Biden. They tried to bomb the facilities, and they were like, yeah, we bombed them. And those of us who kind of knew about what was going on were like, you didn't get shit. You know, at the best, they might have collapsed an entrance or two. But there's no way they actually did any serious damage to the facilities. And that part hasn't changed. There is no non-nuclear weapon that can actually strike those facilities. So, I don't know what the U.S. plan is. Like, you know, besides just murder a shitload of civilians, you know, that's always the U.S. plan. So, yeah, I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. We will see. We will find out, like, literally in 2 days, because that's most likely when it's all going down. I'm a habitual line walker. No, you're good. You're good. The shit that you said was, like, way less, you know, that was just something where I just was like, I just want you to stop, like, doing that kind of baiting kind of shit. Like, you're good. Like, you were nowhere near close to them. But the two people that timed out, I can tell you right now what they got timed out for. First person got timed out for a week because he kept calling me clueless when he disagreed with me. And after the first two times I warned him, I was like, stop calling me clueless. And then he decided to say it a third time even after I warned him. And that got him bonked. And then the one that happened earlier today was someone who I'm pretty sure is fairly right-wing, not taking kindly to me, you know, dunking on the Trump administration. Which is funny because I'm not a liberal either. I'm not a conservative or a liberal. I fuck the Trump administration, fuck the Biden administration, fuck the Obama administration, fuck the Clinton administration, fuck the Bush. I don't care for any of these. So it's like, yeah. He called me like a schizo now twice. And so I timed him out. But yeah, if you want to know what people were getting timed out for, it's that. As I said, just being straight disrespectful. People who can't engage in difficult subjects with a degree of maturity. Thanks, Desu. Anarchist? There's no way that's your guess. People still support Trump? Oh yeah, there's people that support Trump. They're exactly the kind of people you would expect. But yeah. Yeah, it's just people who have no idea what they're talking about, yeah. It's people just like, you know, getting salty at something I said, then just, you know, typing salt. You do support Trump because he's not American? Well, you support him because he's going to destroy the country? Is that why? Fuck every two-party system, fix the election voting systems. It's more than just fixing the voting systems. But yeah. Voting system is a illusion of choice made by a small amount of people. Yeah, more or less. I agree with the gist of that. Like, the way I like to phrase it, like, regarding the American political parties, tell me which political party is going to raise the minimum wage. Neither. Tell me which political party is going to, you know, implement universal health care. Neither one. Tell me which one is going to tax corporations. Nope, none of the above. Tell me which one is going to stop bombing the Middle East. Neither. Tell me which one is going to, you know, like, cut down the amount we spend on military. Neither. Like, of anything that actually matters, there's no difference between the two parties. Like, when it comes to all the big ticket issues, there's zero difference. The only thing Republicans and Democrats disagree on is how gay the bombs should be. The Republicans don't want the bombs to be very gay at all. The Democrats want us to put pride flags on everyone. But the bombs are still dropping, regardless of what stickers are on them or what aren't on them. Ernesto, stop trolling him. I can tell you're just fucking trolling, dude. Do Alising on New York or Mamdani? Yeah, I mean, it's okay. I have my reservations about Mamdani. He's better than most American politicians, but he still manages to just regurgitate imperial propaganda without thinking. I kind of expected better from him. But yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, Democrats are purely controlled opposition, yep. Alright. I think on that note, I think that's a good note to end it on. A little mini political discussion to end the stream. But yeah, as I said, we'll be talking about shit a lot more later this week. Assuming things go down as I think they will. Maybe I'm wrong and maybe it'll be quiet, but most likely late Friday night while it's dark in Iran, but after the stock markets have closed. Yeah, I'm expecting the worst at this point. All signs point to the worst. Alright, let me see who's online. I'm just gonna raid the next person up. Host Andy? Andy's not streaming. Andy's not streaming. Don't bait me. Alright, tomorrow we gotta deal with the hub nightmare. I'm not looking forward to that. Am I getting bullied into streaming? Maybe. There's actually a lot of people who, like, were initially on this channel first as viewers, then started streaming later. I have at least, like, 4 or 5 people who, like, you know... And that's not even counting the fact that, like, you know, people like A-Buck, you know, started, you know, as viewers on this channel before he started making content. The League reveal and shit. I mean, the League reveal is... The League reveal is tomorrow. Yeah, the League reveal is tomorrow. We might discuss it a little bit, but yeah. I don't know, dude. I don't keep up on PoE news. I'm not a good person to analyze patch notes because I don't keep up on the meta anymore. But yeah, anyway. Have a good night, guys. You guys can resume your duel tomorrow.